Welcome everybody. You get to see my channel with 3 wanted posters now. I'm not just the only person that's wanted. So why are you two here? What's happening?
We are going to play some Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm so very excited to do so. I got my dice, I've got my iPad, I got my apple juice,
It's
got my
very
character
exciting.
sheet.
So do you want to tell us a little bit about your characters, just what they look like, and a little bit about who they are? We can learn a lot of stuff during the game, I'm sure. But
Shall I begin us, or would you like to go first?
No, please start. Set the standard.
All right. I am playing a Leonin known as Valkar Dreadmane. Valkar Dreadmane comes from the Dreadmane Pride. Very big, muscly looking Leonin with lots of battle scars all over them, and obviously the mane is dreaded and filled with grisly tokens and trophies that Valkar has collected over his very long adventuring period with Josie. We're talking bones, maybe a few skulls in there. There would be some fun stuff
Just
as well.
filthy matted dreads.
Yeah.
20 on my
Yeah.
Hey, look at the announcements page. Look, Lycos has been announced. Right below me. Lycos Devonos is following. Thank you for following.
I see you. But if you can imagine it, it's probably in the main, because Valkar Dreadmane is a conquest paladin, a level 15 conquest paladin, and so if you know anything about conquest paladins, they are very much about setting the standard of who is boss.
I'm sorry, did you say level 15? It's
Yeah.
a pretty high level campaign we're going to be running, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, and Valkar's companion, longtime companion, adventuring buddy, Josie. Tell us about Josie.
Josie wears a bunch of colorful, somewhat outlandish clothes, a big old long cloak. Everything's a little bit tattered, a little bit worn, but she seems pretty happy. Brown hair, hazel eyes, and wears like an instrument case strapped to her back.
What sort of instrument?
A stringed instrument, a lute.
A stringed lute. Wonderful. Well, are you sitting comfortably?
Yeah.
Shall we
Yes.
begin?
Ooh, let's do it.
Valkar, you stagger back to your feet, and you spin round to see the closest ice stalk whip out.
Shut up!
Thank you for the distraction bits right as we're starting there. Thank you, 1,000 bits. You spin round and you see the closest ice stalk whip out in your direction, and you use your feline reflexes to dive to the side, narrowly avoiding the sickly dark beam of necrotic energy that's fired at you. You go into a roll and you land on your feet, your Holy Avenger snatched up back in your hand. Josie,
Yes.
your cloak flickers back into life and the secondary image of you reappears beside you as you barrel roll past the beam of greyish light that was fired in your direction. You plunge downwards through the air and you drive your flame-tongue rapier right through the top of Zagtan's bulbous head. He screams in pain, and several of the eye stalks whip round to you as you withdraw the blade. Valkar, you notice the temporary distraction, and you pounce forward, closing the distance. You leap to the air and you swing the blessed greatsword in a furious arc vertically over your head, and Zagtan notices your patter of
Feeling
soft,
charitable,
elven
give the
boots
beggar man a few
a
of your
moment
coins.
too late. As he spins an eye stalk in your direction, the cutting edge of your Holy Avenger slices right into his cornea and slips through it like butter, cleaving his main eyeball in two and driving a good 10 inches into the brow ridge. You both see his eye stalks go limp, and the great arrogant beholder whom you have been hunting for months drops from the air, finally defeated. Valkar, you land down beside him as he crashes down, breaking his jaw upon impact with the stone-cold floor of his laboratory. The cabinets rattle from the effect. Josie, your winged boots bring you softly to the ground beside the lifeless corpse of your enemy. What do you do?
Going to bound up. I'm going to open up the main eyelid and just thrust my Holy Avenger right in.
Just goes through
no
it.
more.
It goes through it as if it's not even there, driving back into the brain of the beholder. How are you guys?
We could take it.
How are you guys looking?
Good job, Juicy. Fine kill. And I put my left foot up on its face.
You see a last twitch of one of the eye stalks, and then it just limp. Nothing.
look around the room to make sure with
Feeling charitable,
with militant
give the beggar man a few of your coins.
militant experience to make sure that there's no other aggressors in the room hiding.
Yeah, you see that the minions were all dispatched at the start of the fight. You managed to make short work of them as you cornered the beholder and cut off all of his escape patterns that he had. You've already allowed him to escape once. You weren't going to do it again. This time you made sure to have all backup options cut off for him. And you look around the room, you see the rays from the disintegrate beam just annihilated parts of the walls. All of his cabinets have smashed down onto the ground. A bunch of them are, a few of them are still intact with their various different magic items and things that he was working on, tinkering in his laboratory. But most the signs of the battle are pretty fierce.
I intend to take a trophy.
What do you want to look for?
Let's take a tooth.
A tooth. All right. So you yank open his mouth and you start to just yank and pull at the tooth. Can you make an athletics check for me, please?
Yep, let's do it.
Something that you should have no problems with.
I'm so hyped. This is amazing. Okay. 22.
22. Yes, you managed to yank out a tooth, one of the larger teeth, one of the canines. Yanks right out of his head. A good root, kind of iceberg style. You yank the huge tooth that's already about 6 inches long. You yank the rest of it out of his head. Another about 10 inches come out from the root, and you have a beholder tooth. You can take as many as you want with a 22.
I just start harvesting.
You start harvesting.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a grim harvest.
What does Josie do?
She'd like to start to look around for loot, basically.
All right.
Meanwhile, that is so gross.
Josie, can you make an investigation check, please?
I can.
You're trying to ascertain which of these things are worth anything.
Okay. Just open up the skills again. Oh, great. Okay. 6.
A 6 total. Oh
Yep.
no. Apparently you're rather dazed and distracted from the fight. It was quite a tough fight. It's gotten you down and back up again with lay of hands and all sorts of rounds this fight has gone through, fighting from his entrance hall as he escaped past his minions and forced his minions to fight you. You went down in that first hall, but were resurrected by the blessing of the guardian that you saved in the last fight. And then you pushed through into the next hall, and you chased him through his canyon and all of his escape routes. You forced him to enter his laboratory where he thought he would be safe, but you'd already planned for it. He sprung the trap that you'd set up in his laboratory, and you managed to get the advantage in the fight. Leonin almost went down himself, and you used your last remaining maximum healing potion, tipped it down Leonin's throat and got him back to his feet. He healed himself up with some more of his lay on hands. So you've used a lot of your resources. You're doing pretty well, but you're feeling pretty tired after all of that, and so you're not doing the best job of sorting through all of the things in here. There's plenty of magic items. You just don't know which ones are going to be useful for you and how to use them. And with his level of intellect and paranoia, Zagtar has probably booby-trapped many of these things. So you're a little bit cautious about just grabbing things at random. Valkar, can you make a perception check, please?
Certainly. 11.
The DC was only a 10 because it was relatively easy to notice when the thing that you're harvesting starts to move again. The eye stalk starts to twitch, and then the eye that is completely severed into at least 3 parts now, it starts to almost melt out of its face. You wonder what the hell's going on. You take a step back and you realize there's a very sickly pale green light that is hitting this thing. A small beam, a pinprick of light that is coming from one of the walls of the laboratory. You look up and you see that there is a glowing rune, probably about dinner plate sized, on the wall. And from that rune is a green pale light that is shooting towards the beholder.
Josie,
Josie, you turn around. You see Leonin staring at this pinprick of light coming from this rune on the wall. And as you see this, you also see another one light up about a good 3 meters to its side. It lights up in the same green light and shoots out a pinprick of light towards the beholder.
Ready yourself. This isn't over.
Another one lights up, and another, and another. Before long, there are about 10 of these runes, all shooting their light towards this beholder that starts to twitch. Its skin starts to flush off, to slough off of itself. The eye stalks entirely just come with it and wilt away like they're grass stalks that are being subjected to too much heat. But behind, in their space where the eyeballs were hanging, is left a sickly greenish red light that is just sort of a multitude of green and reds mixed together as it just sort of hangs there in the balance. And behind its eye, the pupil of the eye seems to turn red and then just hang there as the rest of it melts away. And all that is left there is a skull and 10 red lights around it. I need you to re-roll initiative.
Yes. Yeah. 19.
19 total?
Also, is it okay if I share my character sheet in the chat?
Yeah, please
just
do.
In case people want to see it. Cool.
16 total.
16 total. All right. So the Death Tyrant got a 19 on the dice, plus 2.
Ooh,
so the
plus
Death
2,
Tyrant will
okay.
go first. However, because it took a couple of rounds for the necrotic energies to actually re-resurrect him, you both get a readied attack on it if you wish to take one.
Yes, please.
Hell yeah. All right. I'm going to do the thing.
One thing.
First up, I'm fairly certain I'm going to... No, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to summon my spiritual weapon.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Ooh. A giant Leonin paw.
Oh, nice.
That have like these razor sharp claws that come out. Yeah.
And you summon it where? On the other side of him from where you are?
Yeah.
All right. So
And then
a big Leonin paw comes out, and it's sort of glowing in radiant light, and as it pulls out the claws, razor sharp and much longer than lion claws should ever be.
And with a fierce Leonin roar, I'm gonna run in with my Holy Avenger gleaming behind me. I'm gonna bring it down full force directly into the brow of the main eye.
All right, you see that the brow ridge of this main eye has already got a slice from it from the final death blow of your Holy Avenger. You can bring that sword down, make an attack.
21 to hit.
21 will hit.
All right, dope. It's going to deal 2d8 plus 8. No, I'm using double-handed, so it's two. Is it two-handed? Oh no, against me it's okay. And then, yeah. 16 slashing damage, and if it's undead, I get to roll extra damage.
It is definitely undead.
Okay, just making sure. You don't know. Always check. It's going to be 16 radiant damage.
16 radiant, yep.
And on top of that, I want to smite.
And you smite away.
I'm just going to burn it. We're going to start off with a big bang. I am trying to quelch this conquest style.
Yeah.
It's not so much to just defeat a creature in my oath. I have to obliterate it.
Yep. And everything around it.
Exactly.
Everything that ever looked up to it. So, it was 16 slashing, 16 radiant, and then your smite.
My damage is coming now. I'm going to use a third level, actually. Which is, starts with 2, and then I get another... It goes up to a 5, doesn't it? So... It's D8 as well. 2. Where are you, D8s? I'll have you better organized from now on, because I'll be smiting all day.
Yeah, I separated all mine out into be like, all right, what does the Death Tyrant do? Oh, it does that many d8s and this many d10s, and then all of its different effects. I've got them all separated out. So I was like,
separated.
I just
haven't
grab
pre-separated
a
my
big
dice.
bunch of the right number of dice that I need.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure smite is a maximum of 5. I'll just triple check. And it's 2 per, so I'm doing 2 above the first, 3 above the first level.
Right, yeah. I'm almost certain it's maximum of 5 as well. That does sound very familiar. But I've never played this higher tier level before with any paladins, so I've never really had reason to know.
Oh, I automatically get an extra D8 too because I've improved smite from 11th level.
Oh yeah, true. Improved smite.
Yeah.
Just get built-in smite. When
Yeah,
I saw that on
so
your
that's
character sheet,
another
I was like, wait,
Okay.
what?
That's
Just get
that's-
built-in smite?
Yeah, built-in smite.
Yeah.
So that is an automatic. That's another 2 damage on top of that.
Another 2 damage. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is a max of 5.
Yeah.
Above first. So and I get 1 per. So it's first, second is the next one, third is the next one. So it'd be 48. I would say.
All right. So you're casting it at 3rd level, you say?
Oh, wait. And it's an undead, so I get an extra one.
So you're casting 3rd level?
I get 5. Yeah,
So
third
it'll be
level.
5d8, yeah.
But it goes to 6 because it's undead.
It'd be 5 because it's undead, I think. So if you're casting it at 3rd level, you get 4.
Yeah.
It's always 1
4.
more than the level.
And then 5 more.
And
Yeah,
then 5
done.
because of
Yeah.
undead.
Boom. It's 5, 12, 19, 27, 30 radiant damage.
30 total. All right. So in a single strike, you do 64 damage to this Death Tyrant. Just as he comes back to life, the semblance of life, it's not over, Josie. You run forward and you drive it in. You manage to crack a huge chunk of bone off of the front of the brow ridge. You've just basically hacked it twice now, and the part in the middle comes flying out the middle. It doesn't seem like it's affected its ability to move or anything. It's not got a brain inside that has melted away, but it's definitely taken the damage. All right, Josie, did you have a readied attack?
Yes, I would like to shoot it with my short bow.
All right. You get that short bow out, and you can make that attack.
She rallies herself, takes a breath, and does an 28 hit.
28 hits, yes.
Okie dokie.
Not even close, Sparrow.
Oh man, so well on the D20 and then so poorly on the D6. Okay, so that's 5 damage.
5 damage. You're like, yeah, we're equal partners, Valkar. after 64 damage, and you're like, I'm helping. 5 damage, which takes him to a nice 69. You know, that's what you were
I
intending.
make him blink a little.
So good.
Yeah, it stings. Bonus action. I would like to speak.
So if it's something, so I kind of hand waved it a little before because it took a couple of rounds for him to come around. We can say that you cast your bonus action. What's it called? The spiritual weapon claw behind. But this is not a full action that you're getting. It's just the one readied attack. So Josh got his one readied attack. But what were you trying to do with your bonus? And we'll see if we can.
Oh, I was going to light up my old flame tongue rapier.
Yeah, you can definitely have done that.
What's the power word?
I haven't decided yet. Don't put pressure on me.
Let chat decide.
Do it in the moment right now. Be creative. You're not on DreadedGM's channel anymore. You're on my channel. I don't foster creative experiences. I'm gonna put the pressure on it. That's the best.
If you want it now, it's just gonna be the word fire.
Fire.
That's fine.
Fire.
It works. You could say lit.
You can
No,
decide. You can
no,
decide.
not that type of person.
Okay.
You can decide later and let me know.
Okay.
All right. So you've lit up your flame tongue blade in anticipation, but then you get the arrow ready, and as it comes to life, you set loose the arrow, and it strikes it through the eye. It passes through the red light that's eerie inside its eye, and it seems to crack against something on the inside, and then you can kind of hear it rattle about, and then it falls out the bottom of his jaw. That is hanging off to the side and broken because he broke it as he landed on the stone floor.
And it's missing a bunch of teeth.
All right, it's missing a bunch of teeth at the front. All right, it is now the Death Tyrant's turn.
Ooh boy.
It opens up that reddish eye glows. It doesn't open. It's not got any lights, but the eye starts to glow and it starts to push in your direction. It floats up off the ground. It's not exactly leaving your melee range, but it's now above your head height, Leonin, Valkar. It turns its head towards you and it looks in your direction, Josie, and you feel this sweeping cold energy pass over you. You are not exactly sure what that does, but it doesn't seem to have any immediate effect. then its eye rays, the red glowing lights around it, seem 3 of them start to glow. Zzz, and they start to shoot out in random directions. Let's have a look. Well, not random directions, but random effects. Which ones activate? 7. Okay, yeah, that will work. And then it'll do that one at you, and then it'll do that one as well. All right, so first, I need you, Josie, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. No, yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Oof. Okay, so that comes up to a whole 8.
8 total. So you are considered charmed by the tyrant right now. You feel like whatever this thing is, you get an instant sense of betrayal and guilt at having just, oh my god, I can't believe I just shot him. This is my friend, kind of thing. And you don't necessarily, you're not under his control, but you do not see him as a hostile creature to be harmed. Just as you feel this wave of guilt come over you, I need you. Oh yeah, it can target the same target. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
Oh, God. Ooh. Does 21 pass?
A 21 does pass, yes. So as you feel guilty, another one sort of lights up and flares in your direction. Your eyes go to it, and as soon as your eyes flick over the red flare, you feel a wave of lethargy hit you, and you feel like, I really need to rest. That fight took it out of me. I need to go to sleep. And then no. I can't sleep right now. It's dangerous situations. And you do not succumb to the sleep ray. And then my friend Valkar, I need you to make a strength saving throw, please, which should be okay for you, but there's always the chance of a natural one.
You never know.
There?
Exactly right. Quick question. If there's anything magical, let me know. I think because I've got auras.
You do have auras. I will say that Josie's not within 10 feet of you right now,
Yeah,
just because you were exploring different sides of the room, kind of thing.
And with my Holy Avenger, is it a magical effect?
It is a magical effect.
So I'll have advantage.
Nice.
Okay.
Legendary items, yo.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say a massive thank you to M for letting me take the Holy Avenger as well, because it's every paladin's dream.
They were like, what items can we start with? I was like, you're 15th level. You're like going into the last tier of play, which is designed for people who are like global heroes. You would have at least one legendary item that you found on your journey, so you can have one between you. And I was like, I wonder if that's gonna force an argument.
No, I'm too easy.
So as whatever this is happening, I grip my Holy Avenger, and as I do, I use its feature, which gave me a natural 19, which means my strength is 29.
29 strength saving throw. Another one glows right above you, and you feel yourself as if some force is trying to lift you off the ground. It feels like it's enclosing the air around you and trying to grab a hold of you and pull you up, and you manage to succumb and just claw yourself back down into that ground.
Oh dear.
You are unmoved. Let me double check that nothing happens on a saved success.
I misspoke. It was actually 30.
Nice. You are not restrained, so you're fine. All right, you're fine. Okay.
Joins the team.
That is its turn done. It is
2
now
months.
Valkar, your turn.
Okay.
Thank you for the 2 months, Dojin King.
Hell yeah. Doge! I realized that I didn't use my extra attack last turn, so I'm gonna flavor it like this.
Well, you can't use extra attack on a ready attack as well.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna come in again, Holy Avenger straight down. This time
You're gonna do it. All right, so so he's now floating up and above you, and he's starting to get away from your range.
Actually, I'm gonna climb him then.
And you you reach up, grab a hold of that broken jaw.
I'm gonna like reverse Excalibur it and then plant it straight down.
Nice. All right, try and plant that sword in the stone.
Here we go. Oh boy. Why are you betraying me, dice? We're meant to be the best of friends. Not bad though. 20.
A 20 total. All right. A 20 is enough to hit.
Charitable.
Yes,
Give the beggar man a few
sir.
more coins.
I've got my dice separated this time. Should be much smoother.
Thank you, his mum, for the tip. You are incorrect objectively, but I appreciate
11.
the coins.
19 slashing damage.
19 slashing.
Then my baked in radiant improved smite for another 3.
Another 3 points there.
Yep. And
Nice.
then I will also it's an undead, so I get to use the Holy Avenger feature, which will be another 2d10, which is another 12.
The 12 points of damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then I'm going to smite for 68.
All right. 5d8, I think we said, right?
If I use my max slot.
Oh,
I
if
should be
you're
able to
using a
get to
fourth,
6.
fourth level. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
using
All
my
right.
fourth level.
All
I want
right.
to end it.
Yeah, he wants to get this guy down. With that last strike, he does look like he's now showing signs of being bloodied.
Oh, really?
Before the
Okay.
smite explodes outwards, you've smashed and smashed. You've clawed up just as he's trying to get away. You're like, no, we need to end this quickly, or it goes
Yeah.
on for a long time, as you found with the initial part of the fight. So you bring yourself up, bam! You smash into him. You're now basically just standing with one foot in his broken jaw and one foot in his eye socket,
Yeah.
bringing the sword down on top of him as he tries to fly.
Like blooms out, radiates out.
You smash the occipital lobe of the skull right off.
All right. Oh man. Dice. Why do you limit me so? 7, 9, 10, 18, 20.
20 total.
Yeah.
From 68?
Yeah, I rolled
Holy
lots of
cow.
1s and 3s.
Oh wow, that's unfortunate. We, this is why we wait till after we roll to see how we describe
Smashed
it.
our undeads. Holy power.
It blasts you off. I'm gonna say, because I didn't make you roll to see if you can climb up him in the first place, I will make you roll a strength save to not get pushed off.
That's fair. That's fair.
Actually, make it a dex save because it's about how
Dex
well
save?
you can balance on his face.
That's fair. 25.
25. Yeah, you're pushed back with the force of your own blast, but you drive the sword down even further and use that as an anchoring point, and you are well and truly secured on his face.
I'm gonna say, "Fear the Dreadmane!" And then I'm gonna point at my paw, my spiritual weapon, to strike now.
And it comes up from beneath him, sticks a claw right down the back of the skull.
And it's look at me. Okay, cool. I think it's just 1d8 unless I upcast. No, it hasn't have upcast, right? No. There's 1d8 plus 6. So 6 plus 5, it's 11.
11 points. Nice. All right.
And then
it cracks some bone fragments flick off the back.
I'm not done with you yet. I'm gonna. Oh.
Your
I'm going
dreaded mane gets caught in his broken bones.
Extra attack.
All right, you bring that Holy Avenger right back up again.
26.
20. Yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah, 26. And we do the do-si-do again. All right, so it's going to be 9 slashing. No, more than 9. It is going to be 17 slashing, 4 radiant on top of that.
So 21 total. That.
Yeah, and then we are also going to do the Holy Avenger, which is another 7 radiant,
Another 7.
and then I will use another smite.
All right. Paladins, ladies and gentlemen.
Paladins, they are absolute beasts. They'll go 3rd level.
They waste through their spell slots pretty damn quick when they're doing this,
They're
but
smite spells. They're
Yeah,
actually
they-
smite spells.
they can end a fight quickly.
12, 19, 27, 35.
35. All right. This thing's like having a hard time bringing itself up. It seems like because you were pulling things out of it, you managed to get the drop on it and get prepared, and it didn't manage to get the drop on you. It is still moving and raising up off the ground as it moves.
Gosh.
But it's very close to being exploded. It's having a hard time. One side of the jaw is now just completely unhinged, which gives you a harder time staying on it. I need you to make another dex save. This one's
Hells yeah.
with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Got it. Oh boy. Okay. That is a natural 1
Oh no.
Yeah.
for an 8.
That's not going to do it. All right, so you you fall with that second one. You blast yourself back. You try again to anchor yourself, and it just meets nothing. And you realize the entire front zygomatic bone has just exploded off of the skull, and you just fall down. You fall 10 feet. You fall 10 feet. You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the stone concrete of the floor.
Oh yeah.
And you land prone.
Oh boy.
Is that the end of your turn?
That's the end of my turn.
All right.
I did use the dialogue. Finish it, Josie.
Finish it! And as you land prone at the end of your turn, he's going to use a legendary action. He's going to fire. I need you on the floor to make another dexterity saving throw, and because you're prone, you have disadvantage.
Yep. It's not magical, right?
It is magical. Yeah, all of his rays are considered
So
magical.
just a straight roll.
Yeah, straight roll.
Okay, that is a 15.
15 is not quite enough to fit. So as you smack down, poof, you feel winded, and then you realize you're having quite a hard time breathing. And you look down, and there are portions of your body where this red light has just shot at. All the portions of your body are starting to turn grey and stone-like. You are starting to petrify.
Yes.
You are considered restrained, and you must repeat the saving throw at the end of your next turn. All right, so you screamed, "Finish it, Josie!" Josie, you were not asleep, but you were charmed, and you are charmed until the beholder does anything to harm you. So what do you do on your turn? Until the tyrant.
Well, I'm not under its control, correct?
Not under its control. You just consider it as not a hostile creature.
I'd like to run forward and help Valkar.
All right.
It's okay, Val. I don't think it means us any harm.
What are you doing?
Come on, get up. Just if you stop fighting, I think that we'll be all right.
Turning me to stone.
Is there any way that I could?
It
think
must be
to
a nice
assist
type of stone.
Yeah, it might be nice to be stone.
No. Yeah.
Any way to think to assist him? Do you have anything, any sort of healing on you? Any magical items that can heal, or anything that can cast any sort of restoration?
I don't believe so. Do you remember, Josh?
The two of you would definitely know. Let me look at your character sheet as well. The two of you would definitely know by level 15 that for somebody who is turning petrified, then a greater restoration can help. But unless you have anything that can cast greater restoration, there's very little you can do.
Yeah, you don't have any spells or anything like that.
Okay.
You didn't take any. Yeah.
Am I able to help him not be prone?
Yeah, you can start to stand him to his feet. Make a strength check for me, please.
Okay. 12 is the number of the day. That ends up being... Oh, yep, 12. Just a straight 12.
Straight 12. That's actually what I set the DC as, because it's not too hard. He's not full stone yet. He's heavy, but he's also helping you, so it wasn't too hard. You under his hand, and you just kind of help him to his feet. One of your legs, the entire top portion of it, and the hip is just unmoving. It's started to turn to stone now. But the rest of your legs are still working, so you managed to get to your feet at least. You are no longer prone. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn, Josie? Anything you can do as a bonus?
No, not that I can think of. Not well charmed.
All right. At the end of your turn, he's going to take another legendary action to cast an eye ray. He is going to cast it at you, Josie. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
He's within 10 feet now.
He is. Yes.
Yeah,
Josie is.
effects.
Yeah.
16.
16 total. 16 is not enough. You needed a 17. So this is going to hurt. But at least you're not going to be charmed anymore.
Those guys. Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's a lot. I don't suppose because I'm.
Oh wait. So wait. She gets bonuses as well because she's in my aura.
Yep.
So she might actually get pumped up a bit. She has a +5, so it's a 21.
21 is enough. You needed a 17.
Yeah. Okay.
So you let's see. Does it have to be harmed? Yeah. So the plus side is you don't take the damage. You managed to dodge all of the
plus side.
the disintegration ray that was ended to your way. So you stand the guy up, and then you look up, and one of the eyes glows brighter, and and you duck to the side, and where you were standing, just a huge sort of wash bucket sized chunk of the stone floor of the is just evaporated into a fine dust, which then settles into the bottom of that. And you think, oh, that was a mistake. He mustn't have been aiming at me. He couldn't have been, because the downside is you're still charmed because he hasn't harmed you. So
amazing. It's so
Just
good.
chilling with my new buddy.
back to the top of the
Why
round.
did you do that?
Back to the top of the round. It is the Death Tyrant. Yes.
Does the charm be affected by the fact that it almost hit her with the array?
The charm specifically says, I looked that up. The charm says, you are charmed for 1 hour, or until the tyrant harms the creature.
Okay, so it has to be harmed.
And he did not harm her because
exactly.
she saved. So the
it's
plus
so
side
good.
plus side is she didn't take damage. The downside is she's still
which is a
still
lot of
charmed.
damage. So good.
Then it is back to the top of the round. It's his turn, and let me think. What was I going to do before? There was something I was thinking. I can't remember. All right, let's just roll up. See who he's going for with what. 3, 5, 8. What is a 3? Ooh, okay. 3, 5, 5. What's a 5? Oh, okay. Can you, Josie, make a... Let me see. What's the 8? Actually, Josie, can you make a dexterity saving throw, please?
Natural 20.
Hey, all right. So you see another of these glowing red orbs. It seems to fire a sickly greyish light towards you, and you just dodge to the side, and it hits some sort of. It looked like some kind of monstrosity in a jar, some kind of fetus-like creature that was around his laboratory, and it hits the outside of the jar. It doesn't seem to do any damage to the jar at all, but instantly the creature that is just floating in formaldehyde in the jar starts to turn to stone. You avoided the petrification factor. Now I need Valkar to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Do I have advantage?
Because of the sword,
sword?
right? Yeah.
If it's magic,
All
yeah.
of the rays you have advantage on.
Okay, great. Well, I needed that because that was another natural one. So it's a bit better. Con
save, yeah.
16.
16 is not quite a 17.
Not quite a 17.
You're not forgetting
Con save
anything.
as
You're
well.
not forgetting the ring of
aura?
protection or anything. Your aura.
No, I think it's all baked in.
It's all baked in.
To my it's all baked into what's here.
All right. Well, you're going to take some damage.
Oh boy.
Just
That
such a-
is
Oh boy.
12. That's 20. That's 25. That's 28. 29, and that's then one more. 29 plus another 1. 30. A nice round 30 necrotic damage. You're not resistant to necrotic. All right, you take 30 necrotic damage as one of the eye beams hits you, and it seems to suck life form from your body. You seem to start withering in the areas of your body where it hit. And
30
then
or 39 was it, sir?
it was 30. 30.
Wow.
30. And then can you make a wisdom saving throw as well?
Oh boy. So thankful for these advantages. It's another natural one, but it's not.
Really?
It's a natural
So many
16 and a
ones.
natural one. Yeah, I'm gonna put this dice away.
16
happy.
plus, 16
Wisdom,
plus
is
stuff
it?
will help, yeah.
Yeah. 28.
28, all right. So you get hit. You feel your life form being pulled from you. You can tell that your one main ally, Josie, is somehow some reason not attacking this thing, even though it's on its very last legs. And not only that, but speaking of legs, your legs are turning to stone and you're having a hard time. This may be how you die in this thing's... And you took it down. You've been tracking this guy for months. You took it down. You feel like, oh my god, the fear starts to rise in you. And then you think, no, I'm not afraid of this thing. This thing should be afraid of me. Yeah. And you do not succumb to the fear effect of the fear ray. Which I think you can't be frightened anyway.
I've got the aura of conquest.
All right. So...
Yeah.
That is the end of it. Oh no, that's the end of its actions. It's now going to continue to rise above out of your range. It's leaving your melee range. You can take an attack of opportunity, but it's at disadvantage because you are turning to stone.
I'm gonna do it. Oh boy. Okay. I got an idea. Let's do it. Sir. I just need to make sure. It hasn't physically attacked me yet either, has it?
No, it hasn't done any physical attacks on anyone yet.
I just need to find
nodded the beholder while you were fighting it. It mainly just shoots beams from its eye stalk.
I'm just gonna quickly search it up because it's not showing on my sheet automatically. So it's
What you're looking for, I can help find.
It's guided strike. It's
oh yeah, you can add 10.
Yeah. Add 10. Yeah. So but it's after I know the result, or is it before I know the result?
Under features and traits, it's down the bottom. Give it guided strike is somewhere here. Guided strike. When you make an attack roll, you can use your channel divinity to gain a +10 bonus. You can do so after the roll, but before you know the result.
After the roll, but before the result. Okay, cool. So I can roll first and then
decide.
So
you can roll, decide if it's going to help, and then add 10 if you want.
I don't end here. I have a pride to restore. You will fear the Dreadmane! And I'm rolling 2 dice. Okay. Disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to use my guided strike.
Okay.
Because it's a 23.
23. 23 will be enough to hit. And how much damage is it?
A lot.
It's going to be a lot. Yeah, it's going to be more than 3, which is what he had left. He literally got down to three hit points.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pump in a smite for good measure.
For good measure.
And not only good measure, because I want it to be cinematic.
Nice.
So I want a Nova Bloom.
Yeah.
And after I say you will fear the Dreadmane, it comes back like a holy star and it's gonna drive it down. And hopefully...
So just as he's leaving your range, the last remaining of portion of the jaw is hanging off of the edge, and you bring it up and you strike down. You strike through the bone that's connecting, the tendon that's connecting the bottom jaw, and the jaw falls off. The momentum of the blade carries it on through the other zygomatic bone, blasting that one off as well. And now it's just all of the shells of the different skull just fall apart. And as it does, you see the hanging there in the middle is just a large orb of red light, and hanging around him a 10 more sort of tennis ball sized orbs of reddish green light, and they all just start to flicker and wink out of existence until the last one is all that's left, and it seems to be wisping. And you can see that the 10 glowing eerie green sickly runes around the laboratory are all straining and struggling. The thin green lines coming from them are trying to power this thing to regenerate, and it's just not doing so, and eventually it disappears and the runes all start to fade and go out.
Yes.
I need you to make another... Why is it a dexterity saving throw? Surely it'd be a con save. For the petrification ray, I've just realised it's a dex save. It should be a con save. Can you make a constitution saving throw, please? Because you're turning to stone.
Oh, sorry. Let me roll that again. I didn't see the results. Because it's magical, right? So
it is. Yep. So you have advantage.
But it's a straight roll. Or is it?
No, it was disadvantage before because you were prone, but now you're no longer prone. And
oh boy. Con, right?
Yep, con save.
25.
25. What do you reckon? What deity or some sort of divine being is connected to this Holy Avenger? Where did you source it from? Where did it come from?
I do think that this was an artifact of the glory thing that I took. So some sort of light or holy or brilliant god that I claimed it in the name of the Dreadmane. It was a great win. For
So it
my
was something
conquest.
that Gloryfang was wielding, something that the
If
Gloryfang tribe-
their alpha was wielding this, I took it. It was
Yeah.
I would say it was theirs, and it was a weapon of the glory thing,
Yeah.
or a great holy victory of theirs. But we took it.
And have you learned since taking it? Have you learned like who it is tied to? What makes it holy? Who is blessed this sword?
So it depends on the pantheon. It would definitely be someone in the light domain or the life domain.
Let me
It's
have a look.
someone that is very lawful, and I would even say in good.
And being that you have interesting morality in terms of that sort of thing, do you reckon the sword ever rebels against you? Does it always do what you will? Does the deity that powers this sword always see eye to eye with how you see things?
I think that in the Oath of Conquest, it has to.
Yeah.
So I think that I have, to this point, been trying to figure out how to like have victory over it, or like even like have that standing over it.
Mm-hmm.
So while it might be a power given by the divine, I feel like I wield that power.
Yeah.
And hopefully they've seen my conquest so far that like I don't know, I can't speak to what that divine presence is, why it's letting me use it, but
Yeah.
for some reason it lacks my conquest, or it's some reason it's not rebelling, or it has rebelled in the past, but we've had that resolution now, and now I'm wielding it, and I'm exploring, maybe finding out why it's letting me use its power for conquest.
I'll say then. I just had a little look at the pantheon that I've got. One of the gods of the light domain is Thelrios, who is the god of the sun and the day and light, and astrology and many other things as well. But a god of the sun, sort of a Pelor-esque god. I think the Holy Avenger sort of speaks to him, or it was imbued with his power, and that's why it's so radiant and so bright and glows. And as you feel your body turning to stone, at least you'll die a happy statue. At least you'll die knowing that you took this guy out once and for all. Even his final attempt at a backup plan for if all his backup plans failed, he had this one thing in the bag that he was going to get resurrected as an undead, and he would still rule with an iron fist, so to speak, for something that doesn't have fists. And you managed to ruin his very last backup plan, and you know he's gone for good, and you'll die a happy statue. And then your Holy Avenger now plunged into the sword beside you, trying to pose in a suitably heroic pose for when you finally turn into a statue. You realize that the petrification nature is not advancing. You look down and you see that your hip is no longer turning mortar stone. In fact, it may be receding, and you wonder why. And then you look at the Avenger, and the Avenger is glowing bright, like white hot. And you can tell that it is giving off intense heat, but you're not burning from it. It's a heat that you are being accepted into. It's not burning you. It's a heat that you are part of. Josie, from like 10 feet away, you can feel the heat from this sword. But again, it's not hurting you. You do realize that you can now start to feel the heat in your hip, and the stone almost seems to be melting, and it turns back into flesh. And the light of the sword has seemingly granted you the ability to shake off this petrification. And once more, you are back to your leonine form.
Val,
Yes, Josie.
are you okay?
I'm always okay.
Does the charm sort of wear off on death, or?
I will say that it does, so that you don't have to just be like mourning the companion for an hour.
Where'd you kill him? My buddy.
Val just picks up a piece of the skull and just hits you with it. There, he's hammed you. So the charm wears off upon the death of this creature, let's say, and you find yourself once more in this laboratory.
I'm going to ask Josie to come over.
Come over here.
Am I in trouble?
No.
I'm sorry. She does, very exhausted, wander over.
I know you didn't want to take one last time, but I think it is important. Take a trophy. This is a fine kill.
I'm really okay. Can I, does it have to be from the body, or can I, there's lots of, I bet, cool stuff around here, and if we
Of
just look at,
course. You don't have to take from the kill. Let's find you something nice.
okay, we'll just watch out for booby traps.
So between the two of you, each of you can roll an investigation check, or one of you can roll it with advantage.
Not metagaming. I'm gonna say the rogue is gonna have advantage.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the stats, so I don't know for certain.
I don't know. I remember almost taking proficiency in investigation, then being like, nah. Oh wait, advantage. Okay. 11.
11.
All
right. So you can see that there is the tipped over shattered remains of what was once like a bust, a mannequin bust, and around its neck was a necklace of some kind. You're a thief rogue, right? Thief
Yes.
thief subclass. So you know about magic items. It's kind of your deal. You've one of the class features once you get to this level is that you can just ignore class effects on items and things, class requirements and things. You can just be like, yeah, I can use any magic item. I can do whatever.
She could that Holy Avenger.
Yeah, I was going to say she could just wield the Holy Avenger because she doesn't need to be a paladin for it.
Doesn't have to be a paladin.
So you know enough about magic items to recognize it as a necklace of fireballs. You also know, you also can recognize with a little bit of closer inspection that there's no way that it's trapped anymore because the bust that it was on, even if it was trapped, has been shattered on the ground in the battle. You also find a large kind of monocle-sized lens that seems to be, as you take a second to inspect it and look at it, you see that it was a beholder. It was made for a beholder-sized eye, and it is eyes of minute seeing. So it gives you advantage on investigation checks of minute details and things. So you find that and you lift it up and you use that to peer through it like a massive magnifying glass, and that helps you with the rest of your investigation as you're looking around the place. You find a chest in the corner that is trapped and booby trapped, so you can use your thieves' tools if you'd like to untrap it.
Yes, please. Okay, I haven't actually used thieves' tools before.
I would like to try and study the runes best to my ability.
Yes. Can you make an Arcana check, please? You have advantage for reasons.
For reasons. I like reasons. So that was a 16.
16. Okay, cool.
Trace my finger around my claw.
Okie dokie. So, add my proficiency bonus. It's fun learning how to play a rogue at level 15.
Yeah, I know, right? If you need my help, I can tell you how to do it.
So I just need to know which bonus I add to it.
So you've got a +4 dexterity, and at this level, I think your proficiency is a +5. So you roll and add 9, unless you've taken expertise in thieves tools. I don't think you have. Let me check.
Take expertise, and I know one of them was for.
You did take it in thieves tools. So you
sweet.
roll and add 14.
Okay, well that's a lot. That is 32.
32, yeah. You definitely recognize it instantly as being trapped, especially with the massive magnifying glass. And you realize that it's a pressure trap. That when the pressure of the lid is released, it'll do something. It'll trigger something. So it's easy enough to get a small blade or a piece of some sheet of metal, some sort of scrap thing that's in the lab, and push it under there, and then press down on it as you lift the lid up, and then you just put something heavy on top of it to keep it there, instantly disarming the trap and opening the... My mouse is going all over. Yes, it is. Thank you. Ooh, mouse. Ow! Poking me in the eye. You notice that this is basically a potions chest. There are a bunch of potion ingredients in here that can be used to make potions, and there are a few vials of ready-made potions. You recognize several vials of reddish liquids of various different shades of red, usually indicating healing potions. So you're pretty sure you found a bunch of healing potions, but you're also aware, as a rogue and a thief, you're aware that there can sometimes be potions that are made to look like healing potions, which are actually poison. So you wouldn't necessarily want to drink them regardless of anything else, but you've got something that is probably healing potions. And what other potions did I put in here? Let me see where I wrote it.
Are you seeing this, Val?
You find a potion that you actually make an Arcana check, please. I want to see if you would recognize this one. Healing potions. Healing potions you guys would definitely recognize by level 15, but the other ones, maybe not immediately.
I don't think I recognize it with a natural 6.
Your Arcana's a +2, so no.
Yeah.
No, you don't recognize this other one. It's kind of like a brownish, sludgy kind of liquid. And then, and I'll use the same Arcana check. You don't recognize another one that kind of looks like it's empty until you pull it out and you sort of wisp it around and you realize that it has got a very translucent liquid in there that's just basically the same refraction index as the glass, so it doesn't look like it's got liquid in it, but you can tell that it does from the weight of it. So those are the main important things that catch your eye with an 11 investigation.
Like, I don't know what these are, but they probably sell for a lot.
We could always use more money. This job almost bankrupted us.
Valkha, as you were investigating these runes, you recognize that they are necromantic runes, that they are of the necromancy school. But more than that, with 16, you recognize the sort of handwriting almost of the runes. That each rune is each school of magic is taught by different specific schools, and the school that teaches necromancy being an illegal form of magic, the ones that you have come across in your time as a paladin, sort of smiting these unholy things, you've found that they all have their own sort of signature, their own kind of handwriting in their students, the students that teach them. You recognize these runes as potentially having come from an underground school of necromancers known as the Black Crown.
We're dealing with the Black Crown, Josie.
Which is particularly interesting to you because about a year ago you thought you'd destroyed the last of the Black Crown. There was a necromancer named Balric. Balric was killed over a year ago, and his body was destroyed and scattered throughout the land so that he couldn't come back again. His undead army at the time, was hunted down and dispatched in patches. There's probably still roaming bands of undead around the country, but they were largely scattered, and without their leader, they had no focus.
There's no way. His armies were destroyed.
It's probably just
Balric
old.
slayed.
Does it look
Perhaps.
She sort of starts to stow away the potions into her bag of holding.
Yep.
I'd like to...
And heads to Val to have a closer look with him.
Yeah.
Come have a look.
Bound over.
Yeah, you bound over, you check out all of the different runes, and they all pretty much are identical. It seems like one of them would have done the trick, but he had at least 9 contingencies in case during the fight that took him down eventually. The others would, at least one of them would survive the fight. So even if you'd have tried destroying the runes as they were flickering into life and doing their job, they would have been backups, because
Not to put
beholders
you
are
on
known
the
for
spot.
backups.
Not to put you on the spot. Which you probably have prepared. What was the name of this quarry?
The what? Sorry,
Beholder.
the beholder. The beholder was a. Where is it? Where did I write it? It was Zagtan.
Zogtan.
Oh yeah, I wrote Zug, and then I couldn't remember the rest of it.
Zagtan. Zhagtann.
I don't know, Josie. I feel that one like this, a beholder, would be prepared. I think these are fresh.
They seem to be relatively fresh. You know that this entire laboratory and this whole new Beholder's Lair was set up in the last year or so in the last 2 years since you outed him from his first lair, and he had to rush to make a new lair. So he's made. Actually, you outed him from his first lair about 6 months ago, let's say. So it was after the death of Balric, and so he shouldn't have been able to have consorted with Balric immediately, not directly.
The timelines don't match. I don't think Balric was destroyed. And if there's anything that we can glean from this situation, I feel that Balric may have had a backup. Come back to life after being slain. It's not over, Josie. It is up to us to finish it.
I will say that you know that Balric had a second in command named Torovich. Torovich was a weak-willed humanoid that was very proficient in the ways of wizards, and though he wasn't a necromancer himself, he knew a lot about the world, and Balric kept him around for that. He was sort of a worm-tongue or a worm-tail, if you like. He was not killed when Balric was defeated, but he was kept in a high-security prison that prevents any use of magic with very powerful runes, and he has been locked away for the last year. In the capital of the country that you are currently in, the capital named Renan.
If we let the weeds known as the Black Ground sprout again, well, I don't have to tell you how bad that is, Josie. I think we start with Torovich. He's at that prison. Let's go ask him some questions.
We damn near destroyed them, so hopefully, I mean, we could just finish it, right?
I hope so.
And I look over to the skeletal Death Tyrant corpse.
But it seems they're harder to kill than we thought.
And then I look at Josie with a expression of resolve and determination.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go see Torek.
So you make your way back out of this beholder's dungeon, his layer of intricate webs of tunnels and whatnot. Your winged boots help you circumnavigate the parts that just go directly upwards to make use of a beholder's ability to fly. You manage to eventually get your way out. It takes the better part of the rest of the day to safely navigate back through the traps and the various different rooms of this beholder's lair to get back to the entrance high up in the mountains to the north of the capital, Renan. Would you have any sort of steeds waiting for you? How do you reckon you arrived at this lair in the first place? Did you teleport here under the help of an accomplice, or?
I think we're bolder. I think we would have teleported for sure.
Yeah.
I think that
paid for it or got an ally who can cast it.
Well, what do you think?
Like, I'll just roll odds and evens.
Okay, I like the idea of a spellcaster ally. It's really cool.
Cool. So the king has an arcanist who is sort of his head confidant, known as Penelope Chaucer. She's a dark-skinned, dark-haired, gangly woman. She's a Bridden, which in my world is the name for a half-human, half-elf. She's half-drow, half-human.
That's dope.
And she is an arcanist of the divining nature. She's a diviner. But she does know teleport and a few other high-level spells, and she's the one who helped you get out here.
Penelope. Zagtan is dead. But I fear that this is far from over.
I heard 2 different paths in mind. I had visions of one way or another I couldn't see. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I had a nature of you killing it. But then I also saw a vision where you turned to stone and were defeated. And I couldn't work out how those 2 could be one.
With a nat 20 on my perception check, I see you.
Thank you,
following.
Biokinetic. What happened? Why did you? Why? How did it both die and not die?
The Black Crown.
The Black Crown are gone.
Baldric.
She says in quite a defensive manner. The Black Crown are gone.
I shake my head.
They're not.
All that remains of the Black Crown are a few wandering skeletons. There's nothing left.
They hide in the shadows. Deep, dark in the earth, like behind us.
I would have.
They are playing shadow games.
No, I would have heard. They would have sent me visions by now. I would have seen. They were destroyed. I asked my gods. They told me at the time. They told me they were gone. Every one of them. Balric was all that was left.
Panic will not help you here. Steel yourself. There is some sort of mask afoot here, and it is up for us to find out how they're hiding it from you.
Are we ready to go back? Where do we need to go? Back to the king?
We thought we'd ask Torek questions.
We will need the king's permission then.
I don't know about that. Perhaps the mask, the veil, is dropped from above. How much does this king need to know?
Todovich, we cannot get to Todovich without the king's permission. He's of the highest security. They will not let us in without the king's written permission. I trust that king with
Very well.
everything. I have every right to.
Then his answer will determine whether or not we can trust him. If he does not let us see this Torvich, then I believe we will have to find another way, Penelope.
And I'm going to walk up and I'm just going to place one of my paws on Penelope's shoulder as a reassuring thing. Because I'm sort of seeing us as friends.
Yeah. You've started to get to that point where you're more friends than just business acquaintances, sort of thing. Very well.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see what he says. And she gets out some chalks from a pouch of Agonist supplies, and she starts to chalk out a 10-foot teleportation circle on the ground. Takes a few minutes to get it all set up, and then she puts the finishing touches. And you've done this before; you've seen her do it. As she does so, the snow on the mountain starts to instantly melt into a crevasse, from which this blue light starts to emerge and starts to make this doorway of light in front of you. And you know you have a few seconds before the spell is consumed. Do you step through?
Yeah.
You're through.
Without hesitation.
You are through into the doorway, and it closes up behind you, and you are in the familiar stone hallway of the top of the Arcanist's Tower within the King's Palace in Renault, the capital city of Gaul. And you
Penelope.
are in the King's Palace. Yes.
I'll need to clean up.
I gesture all the beholder blood that I'm covered in.
I suggest that's wise. Yes.
Could you perhaps prestidigitate me, or maybe a simple bath?
I am not
should rest.
of that power. She kind of jokes, looking at you. I'm strong, but I can't do that. You should probably rest first. Is it pressing that you speak to the king tonight? He has other matters to attend to, of course, but I can bend his ear to get you in. Would you prefer to rest?
We can compile our report.
I will.
To Josie.
I will hold off on telling him what you've told me until the morning. Then no need to stress him or, indeed, give warning to our enemies if they have ears.
Very good.
And I am going to take some of the gold and triflings in a sack that I've gathered. Just a small collection of treasure. from the various kills, and I'm gonna hand it over to Penelope.
For your troubles. There's a beholder tooth in there. I don't know if you could use that for anything.
Oh yes, I was hoping you'd get one. I forgot to tell you, but I'm glad you did. Took the initiative as always, Valka.
Oh, we found some potions too, and she pulls the swelling one and the other one out of her bag. I don't know what these do.
Oh well, that one's a potion of gaseous form, and this one, that's a potion of climbing. She hands them back to you with barely a glance at them. This lady knows her potions. She knows they're arcane.
Hell yeah.
What does a potion of gaseous form
It will do as it says on the tin. It will turn your form into that of a gaseous nature, and you will be able to move like the wind, move as the wind, for a brief amount of time. And then when you choose, you can reform yourself.
Ah.
It's a good way of getting past certain security, sometimes. And she turns to you, Valkar, and says, but you should know we have certain things in place at the prison to prevent such incursions.
I would assume so, Penelope. Don't worry. My conquest does not lay here.
Good.
At least, not yet. I kid, please.
She sort of waves her hand, and the several large locks on the inside of these massive stone doorways to this chamber start to, and then they start to move to the side, and then the doors open up, and startled to attention on the other side of the doors are three well-armored guards who turn around and draw their weapons, and then they see the lady and says, what goes at midnight? And she says, the moon rises twice. Twice in this month, thrice in the next. And then they put their swords down, and she walks out and gestures for you to follow. And the three of you walk out and see that you're covered in blood. And she says, they are who they appear to be, and they will be following me to the guest chambers. And she walks you through the palace. You walk down the spiral staircase outside, and about 5-10 minutes of walking, you get to the guest chambers, the guest wing, effectively, of this palace. And she opens up the large wooden doors to the bathhouse that's in there, where there are servants standing on the inside of the door who stand up to attention as the doors open. And she tells them what the situation is, and speaks to them in the local dialect about how you'd like her to have a bath run and all of that sort of stuff. And the evening is yours. What would you like to do? What sort of downtime bathing abilities do you do after bathing and getting ready for bed? How do you spend the evening?
Josie. Shall we eat together?
I'd like that. I'm sorry again for... I don't know what came over me before.
You know better than I that sometimes we lose ourselves to magic or other effects. Do you remember the time I lost myself?
Anyway, I'm gonna look down at a lingering scar on my arm. And then I'm gonna look back.
You forgave me then. You don't even have to question if I forgive you now.
I mean, wasn't that a bit different, though?
I guess. Well, nothing a good meal couldn't solve.
I'm gonna walk up. And I'm gonna ruffle Drizzy's hair. Big leonin claw.
Yeah, big lion paw comes over the top of your head. Really rough house.
I'll leave a bunch of like dried blood in there.
I was sort of gonna bat him away and then... Gross. You still got guts on you.
Yeah, they're cleaned up.
So you are led over to the the servants, once they fill the bath seemingly with the large light blue stones, gemstones that are inlaid inside the marble tub that's inlaid within the floor itself, and they run their hands over them, and the runes start to light up, and then the bath just starts to fill itself, and you can see the steam coming from it. They run their hand over another one, and the bubbles start to appear in the bath, the soap suds. And then they say, if you wouldn't mind, sir, just over here. And they gesture over to the sort of changing area, and behind the changing area is a large, glassy sort of obsidian ball that is smooth to the touch and just sort of floating right above a pedestal. She says, if you would place your hands on that, it will take off most of the external features of this dirt and grime, and then you can soak in relative comfort without floating in guts.
Do you have an armor cleaning service?
We do, sir, yes.
My plate will need cleaning.
Of course, sir.
Taking off all the things and then the padding.
Strip the plate off. You can see scars, and it's like the scenes from The Witcher. All the scars, various scars of the Leonin body,
covered. And the dreads are
properly jacked with 20 strength, just like insane musculature of a lion man.
There's burn scarring, acid scarring. You can actually see a big gouge out of one of the main muscles as well. But I go over and I place my hand on the orb.
You place your hand on the orb, and it starts to almost radiate through your arms, and you can see the gore and the blood and the guts and all the chunks of viscera that is on your body just disappears and dissipates into nothingness. And the majority of you, it's like a full body prestidigitation. Everything's cleaned up to the most part, but you could still do with a nice long soak.
Slowly step down in.
You step down into it. It's nice. It's like the perfect temperature. Very relaxing.
And I'm gonna let my claws and just scratch against the stone. It just feels good. Just stretch them out.
They start to take the armor and one by one they're moving it out of the room and into towards their armor cleaning service, wherever that happens.
Oh yeah. And just enjoy the soak.
Enjoy the soak. So you have your evening to yourselves. One of the servants comes back after maybe 45 minutes of just soaking, and he says, "So, what sort of food could I have the chefs prepare for you for the evening?"
Meats, and lots of it.
Any particular flavors or animals or steak cuts?
Red
meats.
It doesn't need to be cooked very well.
Rare meats, of course.
Yes.
And for you?
I like, I could go for a roasted duck.
Roasted duck it is. We will prepare them and bring them to your rooms. And then she sort of bows and backs out of the room and closes the doors to give you your privacy. So you soak, you speak, you chat, you sort of analyze for yourself how that last mission went, and it feels strange to be finally at the end of this fight with this creature that you've been seeking for months. But you're finally done, and you're pretty sure that he's dead and gone, like his entire body was destroyed, and it was seemingly his last attempt.
I'm glad this is all over, Josie. The reward should keep us going for a long time. Though, the time is coming. I have to reclaim my place. Before we do... Sorry, go ahead.
You know I'll help you with that.
Are you ready to take yours?
I mean, I like things how they are. I like this life. I mean, what if it's not over? What if the Black Crown is at it again? What if it's worse than we think?
That it is the responsibility of all to stomp them out. You've seen what they did.
Can I just quickly get a name check on the place,
The country, or the
township.
township. So you're in the country of Gaul, but you're in the capital city of Renan. Renant.
So from
close.
our big event that happened in our backstory.
Oh, the big
township.
right. The big event. That township is. Where did I write it? It's Notre-Dame. Notryl. You might be picking up on the fact that I've based this country in France. Notre-Dame is the township from their backstory. Notryl -de-lange.
What they did to those people is inexcusable. Even if I understand the oath of conquest, it shouldn't be done like that.
Exactly. What if
My eyes. We keep.
what if we didn't do a good enough job before? How do we just leave that behind?
That's what I'm saying. We have to do the best job now. Otherwise, what happened to that town? That could happen to the world. Even the Wanderers, as Penelope said, is an injustice that we cannot stand aside and allow. I still hear the screams, Josie.
I start to dig my claws into the table that we're sitting at and bare my fangs.
I still smell the burning bodies.
And then I get really aggressive at this point. Pulling the table towards me.
I still see the dead. Walking. Wandering. We have to end it. For good.
We will. Just take a breath. Look at where you are right now. Okay? Talk to the king soon, and we'll finish it for good this time.
There's a little bit of shame there for Val losing himself in that moment. Pulls his claw, he retracts his claws from the table and sort of like straightens himself up.
Thank you, Josie. I would have got myself killed 3 times over if it wasn't for you.
We both know that I'm the one that needs the most help. So,
Well, you are the one that said it.
I'm glad you're here.
Me too.
There's a knocking at the door.
Shall I?
Stand up and head to the door. Open it up.
The servant on the other side bows deeply and then says, "Your chambers are ready when you wish to rest for the evening."
Very well. We will be taking meal together.
Very well. Would you prefer a tower bedroom or something a little closer to the ground?
I like heights.
Heights it is. Follow me, sir. And he starts to lead you through the rest of the guest wing of this palace. He leads you up a large stone staircase, large spiral, very gradual increase, with lots of tapestries on the wall of various different kings and various different history of this land. You can catch views out of the windows, the various arrow slits on the way up this tower. views of the land, views of the city of Renon. You can see the walls that encompass the palace area, the palace region of the city. Eventually, you get to the highest part of this tower, and he opens up the chambers and opens up the doors rather into the chambers. And you can see a very, very large, very opulent guest bedroom with a few different sections to it, like several rooms that are sort of open plan living, with different. There are 3 4-poster beds, one separated out by each wall, sort of thing, for parties that like to sleep in one particular room, close-knit community kind of thing. And closer than the 3 alcoves in which the beds are is a series of tables.
On my perception check. I see you.
Thank you for the follow, Foster. You see a series of tables that are set out for dinner, for dining and things. And he says, I will have your meals sent up to this room, and you may eat at your pleasure, and you may rest at your leisure. In the morning, Madame Arcanist Chausseur says that you have audience with the king first thing in the morning. We will send someone to give you a morning call, and your armor will be sent up during the night.
I'm gonna hand him a couple of gold pieces.
Thank you, sir. He backs out of the room. So you have your meals sent up before too long. If there's anything else you wanted to roleplay or talk about, you can do so now, but otherwise we will have a long rest and skip to the morning.
I'm gonna walk around the room observing everything. And
it's as you would expect as you would expect a guest chambers of this sort of thing to be.
I still immediately take the best bit.
I'm gonna say to Josie,
This is power. Not drudging around in the mud, doing others' work. This is how you can affect real change.
I thought you liked drudging around in the mud.
I don't like going stir crazy. The hunt is eternal. But
then I move up to Josie.
I want to be king one day. At least over the Dreadmane once again.
That's in your future.
I'm gonna nod, then bound over to my bed.
As you lie down in the bed and your head hits the pillow, you get comfortable and you realise something's amiss in your mane. There's the bones and the skulls and things that are just matted in there. Anything that has been deliberately placed in there for sentimental value is still there, but anything that has just happened to be in there throughout time was seemingly taken away by the orb of cleansing.
Oh yeah, so I've got a deep clean on my.
You've got a
dreads.
deep clean on the dreads, yeah. And somehow the orb knows intention behind why the items were there. So, like, if a skull was placed there and a dread forced through the eye sockets to keep it in place, then that is still there. But any gunk and viscera and blood and things were wiped clean by the orb of cleansing.
Oh man, I want one of these robes. These orbs.
So you have a very long rest. You recover all your hit points. You're back up to full everything. You can recover a hit dice, all of that stuff. You should be back up to normal. Do you have dreams? Do you think are there things that come to you?
I would probably dream on this night of the fall of the township, which I haven't got written down, so I haven't practiced.
Notre Delange.
No, I'm gonna not trill.
Notre Delange. Oui.
Notre Delange. I will.
People in the area just call it Notril.
Notril, done. I'm gonna dream of Notril, and I would probably also dream of my sister.
Yeah. So you find yourself standing in the town square of Notril as the face off with the cultists comes to a culmination. And as you've brought down your foot on the neck of the one below you and snapped it with force, you look up to see another one standing at the stone steps of the town hall, And then he speaks something in Abyssal and brings a dagger up and plunges it into his own throat. And then drops to the ground. And as his blood mingles with the cobblestones in front of the town hall, it seems to seep out and increase in speed. The blood seemingly racing outwards, spidering out from his body in all directions, pulled from his body at a faster rate than his arteries should allow, until eventually there is a 10-foot circle of blood in front of him. And then his body seems to wither away to nothing until it's just a sheen of blood, which increases to the point where it overcomes all of the cobblestones, and it just fills up like a glassy blood statue, like a plate of glass made out of red blood. And then from that, it starts to emerge like it's a stretched piece of rubber, and then something pushes through it like spandex, and it's pushing out of it, coming out of this blood, until bursting forwards is the face and shoulders and upper body of the leader of the Bloodfang tribe, who you saw defeated. You took his blade, and he stands forth. He has small nubbins of horns now on his forehead, and he has blood-red eyes. And you see him standing there in front of you, his tiger snout and his stripes down the back of his head. He brings up his claws, and he says,
"It has been a long time, Valka. You have no idea what I've been through, clinging to the last essence of my soul.
Feeling charitable, you give the beggar man a few.
I have been waiting in the 9 hells, waiting for this day to come, amassing an army of glory fangs to take this land."
and you realize you didn't do quite as much to take care of him as you thought you might. And then bursting out from around him on this blood-red plane of glass, it seems to shatter as winged creatures, bony creatures, insectoid creatures come bursting forth, seemingly summoned from the lower planes. And you realize that you have allowed this cultist to finally summon the thing that they were trying to summon, and unleash literal hell onto the town of Notre-Dame. And you realize at that moment you fucked up. You have fucked up worse than you have ever fucked up before, and you have condemned this town to the death claws of the infernal beings from the lower planes, led by none other than Gloryfang himself. You toss and turn, having these dreams, not able to put your mind at rest. Josie, what do you think you would be dreaming about?
Probably similar things. Vague visions of different things, like bloody. More, she'd be focused on what happened to the people and what she allowed to happen.
Yeah, you can still hear the cries of the children and the women as they are slaughtered, just without issue, just without a second thought, from these horrific demonic creatures that are summoned forward to just rage havoc on this town. They run screaming, and you blame yourself. Your thoughts start to blend into a time not long after, when, with the help of the king and his men, you managed to drive back the forces of the demons. The cult known as the Mechrazel. The Mechrazel were the ones that you were forcing to subside when you forced them back all the way to Notre-Dame in the first place. And the Mechrazel were the last of the ones the last of the Mechrazel were the ones in Notre-Dame, as far as you were aware, and you defeated them maybe a week or two after that event transpired, with the help of the king and the king's forces. So it was ultimately a win for you. The Mechrazel were defeated, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. You lost an entire town. Notre-Dame has never been the same since. It has been cursed, and nothing lives there anymore. Nothing even grows there anymore. The land still shows signs, even a year and a half later, 2 years later. It's still showing signs of the demon influence, and it's sort of like the Chernobyl of its day. It's still people don't venture into it. People tell stories of it. People steer clear of it. Valka, your thoughts turn to Venfil Venfiel. What do you think? What do you think she does? Is she an adventurer too? Is she trained in paladin ways, or is she something else?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that Venfiel would be less rough and tumble and more political than I would be. I would say.
Yeah.
So where I'm a conquest, I think that she would be trying to do the things that we're trying to do in her own way, and would be the opposite side of the coin.
Yeah. More. Yeah. She wants the same goals, but she goes about them in a different way.
Yeah.
Your thoughts turn to an argument you had. You're arguing with Venfiel about the right way to have gone about this situation. You were blaming yourself for the event, and you turned into this sort of shouting match with your sister about what you could have done and you should have done, and she's trying to tell you that they were going to do it one way or another. They were a powerful band of fiendish cultists, and they knew what they were doing. They knew that they had to summon something. You ultimately stopped them, and that's all that mattered. That's all that mattered. You stopped them. We took out the Makhrazel. They do not exist anymore because of you. Why can you never just give yourself the credit for your good deeds? One town is more than price to pay for taking out the Makhrazel.
You are wrong, Ven. It has cost too much. For someone like us, who have lost everything, you should know that.
A life is a terrible price to pay. But a country is unspeakably more.
We are stronger when we lose nothing. When I
move out to Ven.
When I restore the Dreadmane, I will lose nothing ever again.
I wish that you would give up this foolish dream of restoring the Dreadmane. Our pride is dead. We are the only ones left.
As long as we live, the Dreadmane is never dead. You should know better.
And I spit venom with my eyes.
When will your vengeance ever cease? You killed Gloryfang. You slaughtered them all. Anyone who was even associated with the Gloryfang, you took them out. Is that not vengeance enough for what they did to our pride?
Not until they're forgotten. Not until their memory is but dust on the sands of time, scattered beyond recollection.
A tear starts from her eye, and she says, "The only one that remembers them so vividly is you." And she turns around and walks away, and your dreams fade into something else. You reach morning. You all wake up. It was not a very enjoyable night, perhaps, but it was restful nonetheless. You are back to the morning, and the morning where you are going to go and speak with the king himself, King Gardain. You would know, I will give you the description, you would know King Gardain Burkan is his name, and he's ruddy-skinned and blonde-haired, a rotund man with a big mustache. And he tries to be a kind king, but he is not exactly in touch with his people. So what do? The servant comes to the door and gives you the morning call, the morning wake up. Has brought breakfast and lays it out on the tables before you even wake up. And is part of the reason why you wake up in the morning is that there's the smell of cooked, partially cooked meats and breakfast materials, all sorts of French baguettes and French bakery.
Mother bird it.
Yeah. There's some croissant.
Grab off lunch as well and just like chew into it.
Yeah. And then the servant sort of waits at the side for you to eat some of your breakfast and says, "After you have satiated your needs, Madame Chausseur says perhaps you should meet before your meeting with the king. She will be waiting in her Arcanist's tower. I can summon her here if you'd rather, or I can take you to her.
What do you think, Josie?
I think we should go to her. Whatever she has to say is probably best discussed somewhere nicer than this.
Lead the way.
Very well. And the servant leads you back down the spiral staircase, out of the guest wing of the palace. They're not only taking you through there, but they seem to be giving you somewhat of an impromptu guided tour. They're telling you a little bit about the stonework. Not like every single... They're not talking constantly, but occasionally they'll say, this artwork was given to King Gardain by someone something or other, blah blah blah. And and the hallway here was an addition to the palace after the earthquake of blah 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 blah. It gives you a little bit of a running tour commentary as you are led to the base of her Arcanist's tower, and you are led up it again. And as you get towards the sort of middle of the tower, you see a shimmering, iridescent sort of light above you. And he says, neither of you hold ill intent towards Arcanist Penelope Chaucer, do you?
Not at all.
Of course. Then this will not hurt a bit. And then he walks through the thing, continues up the stairs, and his head pierces at first, and his shoulders goes again. You follow up as well, and as you pass through, it's like it's not even there. Kind of like almost like a breeze over your skin, but other than that, you don't feel anything. You do look down though, and as you walk, you notice that your magic items, any magic items on your person, are slightly illuminated by a bluish glow. After passing through this effect. You are led to the top of the tower, and you see a large, a similar sort of effect. It's seemingly a door, but it's made out of this iridescent kind of quality light. But it's so brightly coloured and kind of swirling that it's opaque. You can't see through it. The gentleman sort of takes his sort of walking staff and taps on the ground in front of it, and the thing turns from opaque to translucent, and then. Penelope comes from what she's doing on the other side. You kind of make out shadows on the other side of it. She walks over to it, and then she seemingly taps something on the ground, and it turns from translucent to completely see-through. And then she sees who it is, and she waves her hand, and the entire door is dismissed entirely. And she says, "Please, please come on in. I have been expecting you. That'll be all, Jeremy. Thank you. And as you wish." He turns and walks down the stairs. She waves her hand again, and the door reappears behind you. So, I understand that we are to have a meeting with the king today. Is there anything in particular that we should talk about before the meeting? Anything that I should know? Any further you have remembered or thought about or considered pertinent to the meeting? His time is rather limited, so we must be succinct.
Well, you're usually better with the words and things. I think mostly I just, as long as we get to see Torovich. I mean, maybe the king might know more about anything that's been happening if the Black Crown really is still active.
She gives like a coy smile to that and says, "The king knows what we tell him."
Val is gonna snicker at that almost.
Well, I dreamed last night of Nutrill. Maybe it is some sort of portent.
I would not think so normally, were it not for the fact that last night I also dreamed of Nutrill.
But you did. What did you dream of?
I dreamed of Gloryfang and his arrival in Nutrill.
I dreamed of that too.
It is not uncommon for someone like yourself to dream of such a traumatic event after the date. But I was not in Nutrill when he was summoned. I came later.
I dreamed of it too.
You were there also. This cannot be ignored. Glorifang certainly was defeated, was he not?
I hope so.
You remember you drove your Holy Avenger through his chest, and he seemed to be defeated at the point.
He returned from the 9 hells themselves. My teachings of the 9 hells can be depended on, and perhaps driving my sword through his heart was not enough.
The thing that does not bode with me for that is that he was immortal, was he not? He was some sort of Tigran, was he not? He was a Tigran. Why would he reform in the 9 hells?
Can I a Tigran? Can I do a history check on the Tigrans?
You would know that they are tiger-like species in a similar way to Leonin. Leonin.
Can I try and do a history check to to see if there's anything that I noticed different apart from the nubs?
Make a
of glory.
Make a history check to sort of call on your memory of when you were fighting him in the village. 20 total. While you were fighting him, there was definitely a different sheen to his eyes. His eyes seemed like they just burned with fire, and the little nubs gave away that he had some sort of fiendish nature to him. And the way that he spoke in Abyssal or spoke in some sort of infernal language. What languages do you speak?
I don't know. I speak those.
You probably don't speak either of the 9 ones. So it was in one of the lower plane languages he was speaking during the fight, and he seemed to be commanding these things that were driven back. After the fight, a week later, when you went back with the armies and managed to drive them back and defeat them, you were told in the aftermath to that they seemed to be more devilish than demonic in their nature. But during the fight, you were the one to drive your sword through his chest for a second time, and defeat him once more. And so you didn't recognize anything else about his body. He seemed to be, other than the horns and the eyes, he seemed to be just as much Tigran as he was the day that he defeated you.
Sorry.
The day that he attacked your clan, rather, your pride.
There are too many signs of fate here, Penelope. First, the runes from the Black Crown. Now, we dream of Gloryfang. There is too many smoke and mirrors here. I don't like not having clarity. Have you tried reaching out again?
I have. Last night I spent most of my time speaking. The Black Crown are definitively gone, was the answer. The Mechrazel are definitively gone, was the answer. So I don't know what is tying them.
Who answers your questions?
That is a question they won't answer.
Then, perhaps we should find out. Where would we start?
I think we start with Todovich. We need to speak to the king, get his permission to speak to Todovich, and find out what Todovich knows about the defeat of the Black Crown.
Then he will want to know why. Surely that there is a chance that Balric is still alive and threatening. His kingdom would be more than enough to warrant us speaking to that worm, Torovich.
Yes.
Do you not think that's enough? Is there anything else that we should gather?
I think this will be enough. He will be waiting for us. She stands and waves her hand, and the door's dismissed. Is there anything else? You didn't take any of the other. Did you end up taking the necklace of fireballs?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote it down.
Did you take the eyes of minute seeing? the beholder eyes?
As long as it fit in the bag.
As long as it fit in the bag, yeah, you squeeze it into the bag. Yeah, it fit in there. She wanders out and she waves her hand behind herself, and it rematerializes the door, and she leads you back down the spiral staircase and through the palace towards the king's chambers. You pass several rooms where there are guards on duty, and she gives a seemingly cryptic code to each one, and they seem to accept it each time. But the code is different to each guard that she passes through. Eventually, she leads you into a huge grand hall where there are pillars, about 7 pillars down either side, huge big marble ones, maybe about 80 feet tall to the ceiling. The ceiling itself is painted in Sistine Chapel-esque sort of mosaic and mosaic's not the right word. What's the word I'm looking for?
Mural?
Mural, thank you. Painted with a mural. Various different gods at one end and fiends at the other, and seemingly a battle of the material plane in the middle of them. And down the other end of this hall is the stone steps leading up to the plinth on which stands an enormous throne, very gaudy, very very well-to-do, very wealthy, and a throne slightly smaller to one side and a throne slightly smaller on the other side. Seated in the main throne is King Gardain himself, King Gardain Berquin, ruddy-skinned, blonde-haired, rotund and mustachioed. On his right is his husband, Prince Gerard, fair-skinned, red-haired, much slimmer and younger than he is, a bit of a boy toy. And on his left is an empty throne where Arcanist Penelope Chusser usually sits herself, as the king's head advisor and confidant. She enters with you in tow, and the guards sort of nod their heads, bow, and back to the sides. Volcar! Josie, you have returned! And he stands up from his chair. None of that. Give away with it. Come on, approach.
They go in. The handshake.
Yeah, he walks down the steps, and a couple of the guards kind of step forward so that they're within lunging distance if anything happens with their pikes, but they don't make any aggressive stances. They're just staying within distance of him. Great news, and he puts his hand out. So it's good to see that you didn't die to the beholder, eh?
It would take much more than a beholder to kill me, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. So, what is this I hear about you needing a word to talk to the man, huh?
Your Majesty, we found portents that pointed that bulwark, and the Black Crown might not be fully dealt with.
Nonsense, we dealt with them ourselves. My men are still hunting down the remainders of them, but Balric was the last. Penelope tells me we have nothing to worry about for that. And Penelope says, well, Your Majesty, I had portents last night that may seem that it's worth talking to Torovich all the same. Is that so? Well, what is to be gleaned from him that we have not learned already in the past year that he has been rotting in that cell?
There were sigils recently inscribed that allowed the beholder to come back into undeath.
You fought an undead beholder?
Yes.
I should pay you more.
There is no need, Your Majesty.
You managed to defeat it fine though, right? No undead beholder I need to be worried about.
I point to my new trophies, the beholder teeth in my mane.
Wow. Yeah. It's impressive stuff, of course. And Josie, you are well? You survived the fight?
Yes, a little too well, if I'm being honest.
I'm not sure what that means, but I will take your word for it. I trust that you will write me a song about the events, no?
You bet. I started last night.
Wonderful. We actually have an event in town. Glenmore is coming in to perform for me. He's finally returned to Gaul.
He's back.
He is. He's back. He's coming back this evening. He's taking the first teleportation, and he will be here. He's coming back from Changji even, so he's across the other side of the world. Yes, he will have stories to tell, I'm sure.
It's been a long time.
Yes, will you be around? Are you staying in Renan?
I think we need to talk to Torvik.
Of course. Yes,
Soon.
We will try to remain, Your Grace.
Wonderful.
But if we are pulled in a direction, that would lead us to stamping out the Black Crown. We cannot hesitate.
Always on the move, eh? Never a moment's rest.
Never.
Fine. Well, I will write out your written request. Give you permission to speak with Torvich. The guards there can be quite difficult to persuade, however, even with my persuasion. So they will probably only give you the bare minimum of time with him. You have what you are going to ask him thought out. I would recommend that.
Will Penelope be joining us?
Penelope, will you? She says, with your Welsh. Oh, dragon is that? Oh boy, you gotta get in the right accent. With your Majesty's approval, I will go with them to accompany. Well, you have my approval, no problems. Gerard, come down and say hello. You do not need to be so stuffy. He sort of rolls his eyes and gets out of the chair, comes down the steps. It's lovely to see you again, Valkar. Josie nods to you in turn.
I nod back.
Your Majesty.
Your Grace.
Your new you mentioned something about your new trophies. May I see them?
Would you like one? I collected many.
Sure. What are they?
I take out from my pack one of the beholder teeth. One of the more shiny ones.
Yeah, shined up. You spent a bit of time last night, maybe, or this morning, cleaning them up a little bit, or maybe when you put your hands on the de-cleanser,
I would have
the cleanser.
stripped the gum.
Yeah,
for
strip the
sure.
gum off it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You hand one to him.
Yeah.
And is this one of the teeth from the beast?
Yes.
May I keep it, Gardin? And he says, "Of course, Gerard. My present to you is a joke, not because it's your present to him, but you're one of my subjects, so any subject is my present.
What's mine is yours.
Of course, and what's mine
course.
is mine.
Exactly.
Well, I will get to work sending this.
You might say it's the lion's share. Oh, Your Majesty.
I see what you did. A lion's share, because he is lion. Oh, that's why I like you, Valkar. I have been meaning to speak to you about your sister. She's recently talked to me about a job working under my tutelage, or rather working in my command, I should say. she's wanting, I think maybe wanting after Penelope's job as my left ear, perhaps. But we shall see. She has a long way to go before that.
She shows promise.
Yes, she certainly does. You both do. Very, very strong people. It's a shame what happened to your pride. Anyway, I must be getting on. I have, you see the guards kind of like giving slight indications that there's people outside waiting to see him today. He's got a lot of duties. I have duties to attend. I'll write you your permission and send it over to the prison as soon as I can. But it will probably be there before you are. Enjoy the rest of your day and take care.
Deep bow. Of respect.
Yeah.
Mirror that as well.
The two of them walk back up to their thrones and take a seat, sort of talking amongst themselves. You see that Gerard is sort of looking at the tooth, and then eventually sort of puts it down in his lap and assumes a more sort of upright position, waiting for the first guest of the day that they have to talk to and judge over. You back out of the chamber and Penelope with you. As Penelope is leaving, you see one of the guards open one of the back doors to one of the rear rooms, and another gentleman walks out, a gentleman that you've met before, who is basically the person who fills in as the king's confidant when Penelope is otherwise indisposed. He comes up and takes the seat just as you're leaving the room. The day's yours. Where are you going? Straight to the prison, or any other plans first?
We should probably make some arrangements. Figure out exactly what we want to ask. Velvet.
No, is it
Torvich.
Is Penelope with us, or she'll be joining us later?
She left the hall with you, yeah.
Okay.
And she's sort of walking with you through the halls and says, "So, what's the plan? Are we going straight to the prison?"
The king had a good point. We should have our questions ready.
Yes, probably so.
How many do you think we'll be able to ask?
It depends how persuasive he can be with his letter. The guards will probably give us no more than 5 minutes, I would say. But it may be as little as a minute or two. They are paranoid about him being able to use anything that enters his cell. He has a way with the arcane that even I do not parallel. He understands how spells work and the weave on such a minute level that, although we have deprived him of any sort of material components and his fingers, as you are aware, his somatic components and
these.
he might.
I want to have one of the
Yeah,
fingers.
yeah, you have. Yeah, you definitely are. As we've deprived him of his somatic and material components, he can still find ways around it, as per the escape attempt from 3 months ago shows. It seems that he is very wily, and so the guards are quite paranoid, rightly so.
Was he questioned after the escape?
Yes, of course. They learned of his abilities. He was rather forthcoming with it, and he seems to see it as a challenge, a new challenge to overcome since the loss of his master. This is the only thing that keeps him sane, is figuring out new ways out of this box that we have him in.
I ask you of the soul, Penelope.
Of course.
There are many stories and even theories on how a soul is manipulated or moved throughout the planes and the weave.
Yes.
I know of some. But is there a chance that Bolric and Gloryfang and a great many others, their souls being transferred or held, manipulated in some way?
It is not outside of the realm of possibility, of course. But I do not believe it to be the case.
It is the stuff of gods and divine beings, then, that manipulate these things.
Balric sold his soul to Daesh. Daesh you would know to be the a greater god of the death domain, whose portfolio includes the undead and necromancy. Balric sold his soul to Daesh, and as such, when we destroyed his body, his soul belonged to Daesh. Daesh resides in the lower planes and does not give up his property for anything. I can say with quite surety that Balric's soul is being tormented for the rest of eternity in ways that we could not even comprehend, and he would not be having any influence over this world anymore. I cannot say the same for Gloryfang. I'm not sure what he worshipped, where he came from, or why he seemingly turned from Tigran to fiend.
Some disciples could be causing this.
Black Crown. They deal in death and
Perhaps.
undeath.
Yes.
if he sold his soul to Daesh. And perhaps Daesh is involved with the Black Crown in some way.
Daesh's influence on this plane is one of the interest of a child stepping on ants. He is amused by us. He's amused by those like Balric who so willingly sell such an eternal item as their soul for a glimpse of mortality and immortality on this plane. Daesh is understanding of the greater planes and the greater nature of eternity than mortals can usually comprehend. And those with small minds like Balric, he uses them as puppets for his own amusement on this plane. He gives them fleeting moments of power to command great armies, makes them feel powerful. Look how many skeletons I can command to do my bidding. And he laughs at them behind the scenes, knowing all the well that however many hundred skeletons they can conjure, he has hundreds of thousands more at his command in the lower planes. He gives them a fleeting glimpse of power and corrupts their minds so that when they take that power, they will come to him in the end. He's playing a long game, and we are merely the board on which it is played. I do not believe Daesh is involved in anything more sinister than that.
Val will nod with a contemplative expression.
Well, if not Daesh, then someone who dances to Daesh's strings.
Yes, it may well be that Daesh has given this taste of power to a new person, now that Balric is gone. But it has only been a year or thereabouts since Balric was defeated. In the terms of eternity, Daesh is still recovering from that, I would imagine. It would be unusual for a god such as him to decide to invest in another so soon. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility, but we should not put all our eggs in the basket of Daesh. What is it exactly that we need to know from our man?
Well, the very simple concept of who, what, where, and why.
Yes.
Who is involved?
Who could be involved from before?
What are they trying to do?
Why invest in the power of a beholder?
And why?
So, you take a few minutes. You discuss this back and forth. Ultimately, she says, the longer we leave this, the less weight the king's demands will have on the guards of the prison. We need to go this morning.
Are you able to trick this, Horovich? A game of mental chess, perhaps?
I do not stand up to him in terms of my intellectual abilities.
Then perhaps we play to his pride.
Yes,
Make him think he's smarter than us,
he is.
as often many believe they are with me. Very well. We will try and see if there is some sort of connection between Horovich or the Black Crown with Zugten, and why they were trying to propel this beholder's ambitions, and if it leads anywhere else, and if we are truly safe. And the black.
She stands to her feet.
Yes, sir.
And she just focuses on, just closes her eyes and focuses as if in prayer, but you've never known her to pray to any particular gods. And then she opens her eyes and says, "The time's now." And she leads you outside. I just have a notification pop up saying your internet connection is unstable. Don't know why, but if I happen to go out all of a sudden, it's the work of Daesh, I guess.
From the lower planes. Damn you, Dash!
Damn you, Dash! So she leads you out of the castle, out of the palace entirely, and out of the grounds of the palace. You are within the inner city, the inner walls of the city still, but no longer in the palace grounds. You look up to see the prison floating above the city, about a mile into the air, and you wonder for the first time, how do you actually get up there? She says, "It's probably best that we stay on foot until we get there." And you think that's an odd thing to say to a floating prison, but she walks you through the city until you get to the edge of the inner walls. She gives her command to the guards on duty, who open the gates and let you out into the main body of the city. And then you walk through the city, much less. As I said before, Gardin Bican is not a most hands-on king, and he's a little bit out of touch with the people. And it's never more evident than when you breach that particular threshold, from the inner walls to the outer walls being much more poor, for want of a better word. They are cobblestone streets with mud filling between them instead of the paved streets of the inside. The houses are much more crowded together, the streets more narrow, the people more packed together. And instantly, Penelope is, or she would at least be out of place were it not for, as she walks through the threshold, she passes her hand over herself, and her appearance changes to that of a human woman, wearing regular sort of clothes to fit in, average clothes to fit in with the peasant folk, effectively, of the lower part of the city. And she continues to walk through the streets. The two of you stand out as definite adventurers with your shiny armor and whatnot, and your bags. But thankfully, with your bags of holding, I suppose that it wouldn't have too much draw. You wouldn't be carrying a whole bunch of magic items in your hands because you've got them all in your bag of holding at least, so you don't draw too much attention for that. But for the purposes of a lion person in armor, you stand out most places you go. You walk through the city for maybe another sort of 10 minutes or so before you are pretty much directly below this thing. And as you get to the directly below, you see that there is a barracks set up on this sort of it's kind of in what would otherwise be a town square, a crossroads that has been opened up. Crossroads, and then take off all the corner buildings, and it's opened up into a bit of a square. And right in the middle of this square, where there would normally be some sort of fountain, is instead a guard post or a barracks. You walk up to it, and she asks the guards on duty that, she tells them that she is Penelope Chasseur and she's here to bring you inside. And she hands over a signet ring, or she gestures with a sign of decree, pedigree, and whatnot.
A new adventurer joins.
Thank you for the sub, Rogue. And then you are permitted entry into the barracks, and inside there is a teleportation circle inscribed into the ground already. She does what is needed with the guards on duty to get permission to use it, and then she steps forward. She drops the disguised self, and she starts to cast the teleportation circle. Again, once more, you see the ground part as if it's being melted through the middle of the stone, and then out of it comes a sheet of blue doorway, and then you step through it and to the other side, and she steps through after you. The entryway that you found yourself in is not quite as large or tall or grand as the one that you came through in the palace, but you find that it is well guarded. There are at least half a dozen guards on duty on the interior of this teleportation circle. Seemingly they were told of your arrival before you arrived, seemingly with some sort of sending perhaps, and so they weren't startled at your appearance. they gesture you through into the next room, and you are led into the main arrival hall of the prison. As you walk through into this hall, much more marbled on the interior, and you can see all over the walls, like even just with your passive perceptions, you can see that all over the walls at regular intervals are arcane runes just scratched into the walls. And Penelope says, she sort of says to you both, I will be starting to feel a little less able and a little weaker from this point on. These runes are designed to limit my powers, and they only get more intense in the higher security aspects of this prison. She sort of gestures over, and you see a gentleman approaching you, who it seems to be a full-blooded orc, but he holds himself upright and well-to-do, and he's dressed in sort of military regalia, but more like decorative military than working military. And he walks over to you and sort of nods and says, Penelope, sorry, Miss Arcanist Chaucer, and she says, Penelope will do. Very well, not French, Russian, but Miss Chaucer. And then he looks to the both of you and says, I believe it is Valkar and Josie? Is that right? That is correct.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Valkar and Miss Josie, I will need you to check your weapons and any magical items before you head further into the prison. If you would follow me this way.
Stop moving over.
You follow him over to the sort of checking hall, effectively, where they meticulously and much slower than you would prefer, I guess. You spend a good 20 minutes writing down each of your items as you take them all off. Is there anything that you're going to try and sneak in there, or are you just freely giving up everything that is in any way magical?
I can't give them my claws.
You cannot give them your claws.
Yeah, no, but I'll keep my claws. It's one of the things that I've got going for me as a feature. Yeah, for sure.
But everything else, you're well.
Yeah, the only thing would be the armor, which would mean like, do they want my armor?
It is a magical item, and they will require you to take it off.
I'll take off my armor. Yeah.
Anything that is even remotely magical, they want off of your person.
Yeah, I guess I'll take out my immovable rod, which is in my main as well.
You've got it in your main. Nice.
You've got it in my main, yeah.
Oh man, it's just need someone you're fighting to run up and click it, and you're like running after. Ow! Who's pulling on my hair?
Josie will freely give up all the weapons and most of everything except the cloak. She'll just wait to be told if she has to take that off and see if they notice.
Sure. They meticulously take down everything. They as they're taking it from you, each item. Is that a link?
Yeah, right. He's back.
We can take a break if you need to go and tend to Link.
That might be good if that's okay.
Yeah, that's all good with me.
Is there a point you'd like to reach before we take?
So as they take each of your items off of you, they seemingly open. It's almost like a buttoned slot on a wall. So imagine like pigeonholes, each one with like a soft leather pouch that hangs over it. They open a button, open it up, and they seemingly just slot it in, and it opens up into almost like a portable hole that just seems to expand in size to whatever size it needs to be. And then they close it up, and they take note of which item slot yours is. As they're leading you out of this item room, he pulls a lever on the wall. And the runes light up in the floor, runes that you didn't even see there before. And then again, much like when you went up to the Arcanist Chausseur's tower, you see the cloak start to glow blue. And he says, Miss Josie, I believe your cloak has magical abilities. If you would not mind removing that, please.
She sighs and takes it off very slowly and reluctantly.
And then they lead you out of the room and towards the main part of the jail. And we'll take a break there, and we'll come back in.
Oh, what a place to take a break.
What would you guys like? Man. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? What would you like as a break?
10?
10 minutes?
10
all right.
Is 10 enough?
Yeah. 10's fine. And then here we go, transitioning across, and we're all still there. It's a magic. It's like magic. Our cameras are still on. Welcome back, everybody.
I didn't cast darkness that time.
You didn't cast darkness that time.
No, it's fine.
It'll be eternal darkness for you, giving away my trophies, you bastard.
So So we woke up in the morning. We met with Penelope, who had teleported us back to this place, and Penelope had said that she had also dreamed of Notril, and Josie had also dreamed of Notril as well. Fast forward to the king. We convinced the king to let us speak to someone known as Torovich, who was someone that was a worm tongue sort of worm tongue or second-hand man to Bolric. They have locked up in a prison where we are now about to ask Torovich. I did, if you could say, that's the reason we met with the king, to get an audience with this who's essentially in the gulag, right? Like in this like souped up magic.
Effectively,
prison.
yeah. He's in the Azkaban, or the
Azkaban,
yeah. He's in the high security prison that is a floating island above the city of Renan. And to get to it, one needs either air transportation of some kind or teleportation of some kind. You've teleported in with the assistance of the confidant to the king, Penelope Chausseur, and she has told you that the runes inscribed in the walls of this building are deliberately intended to prevent her from casting magic at various levels. You've been stripped of every magic item on your person, even going so far as to try and sneak in a cloak of displacement, but realizing that they had a way of highlighting magic items and managed to take it from you. And you are led out of that room and into the next room. You find that you are in much less of a welcoming hallway in this side of it. You walk down a long corridor, and the long corridor seems to have no discerning features to it. No torch brackets or anything. It seems to be just the same lighting throughout the entire hallway, but you don't know what the source of the lighting would be, because there's no torch brackets, there's no lights embedded in the ceiling. Nobody is carrying lights, and there are no windows. It's just a long stone corridor. You can't even see the end of this corridor. It seems to just stretch into darkness. You walk and walk and walk and walk and walk, just following this orc gentleman who arrived, who was there on your arrival. You're going to look back over your shoulder after about 10 minutes of walking, and you don't see the site of the start of this corridor either. You're just on the verge of asking this guy, where are you going, and what is the deal with this corridor, when you see the end start to come into sight. It just seems like a regular stone doorway. No marks or anything on it, except for the hand of the doorway. The door handle is an actual hand that comes out of the door, carved out of some sort of silver, it looks like. The gentleman walks up to it, and he lifts up his hand and he places it into the hand of the doorway, and then the bracer on his arm glows, and then there's a faint clicking noise, and he turns the hand to the side and pushes it open, and you walk into another corridor, pretty much exactly the same as the one you've just left, which is very peculiar. But he closes the door behind you, and as he does so, the corridor in front of you seems to turn to the side, curls out of sight, and he walks around the corridor, and you follow him. And other than the fact that this one is curved, it doesn't seem to have any difference to the one before. You follow him again for a little while, until both of you make an intelligence check for me. Actually, make it a survival check.
Feeling charitable, you give the beggar man a few of your coins.
Thanks, Lynx Memma, for the 100 bits.
Nope. I got a 4.
Okay, so oh no,
Oh no.
2.
2. So you wander following this guy for a few minutes along this curved corridor. Eventually, a door comes into sight again, much like the one before. A hand sticking out of it, made out of some sort of precious metal. It looks to be silver. He holds his hand up to it, and the bracer starts to glow, and it clicks, and he turns it, and the door opens. And again, it's the same corridor on the other side. Just a straight corridor. As he closes the door behind him, this one curves again, slightly more tightly to the left. And he continues to walk. He's not really saying anything to you at the moment. He's just leading the way.
I don't know about you, but I'm starting to feel a bit claustrophobic.
After about another 3 minutes of walking, you come to a set of stairs, stone stairs. As he approaches them, they seem to just come out of the darkness of the corridor in front of you, and the stairs appear. And then he reaches into his pouch and gets out a set of keys and starts to walk up the stairs, and you follow him. He gets to the top of the hallway, and there are 2 doors, one on either side of the top. And he turns to the one on the left, and this one does not have a hand sticking out of it. It just has regular old key locks, it seems. And he puts his key in it and turns it, and click. And you can see that there's like 50 keys on his huge ring of keys. He opens the door and steps through, and you can see like a room, a single room, small, with about 3 doors off of it, and a table in the middle of it. He ushers you in and closes it, and with the 4 of you that are in this room now, it's quite difficult to fit in this small room, especially with the table in the middle and the size of Valkar. But he closes it and locks it behind, and then he doesn't really say anything. He just walks around the table to the door on your right as you entered and takes a key and opens it. And then he just walks into another one of these corridors. And he closes the door behind you, and as he closes the door behind you, it kind of just slopes downwards. The corridor seems to shift and slope downwards in front of you. And you walk and walk and walk. After about 5 minutes, he gets to another set of stairs, and these stairs seem to go downwards from where he is, and he starts to walk down them. And as you see him start to walk down, his body seems to start to turn to the side. And then
I'm starting to get claustrophobic too, Josie.
Penelope says, "It's to be understood. There are a series of illusion magics at work here. I can feel it. It's designed to be disorienting and incite a sense of panic within you if you're trying to escape, I think. Just keep your heads about you and know that we're in good hands." And she sets off walking down the stairs as well, and her body seems to start to twist to the side, and you realise that the stairs sort of turn and defy logic, MC Escher style. They just seem to twist as they go down, until eventually he just sort of disappears from view, but he's almost upside down by that point. You set off walking after him.
My breakfast.
You walk after him, your voice echoing in the stone corridor, and you get to the end of the thing. It still feels like you're upright the whole time. It feels like it feels like as you're walking, it's the corridor that's moving around you, not you. You get to the end of this one, and he gets another key, and he places it in the top lock. He gets another key at the same time, places it into a bottom lock, and turns them, and opens the door. And at this point, you are greeted by a very large stone face of seemingly someone quite lion-like in appearance. A lion's statue is just on the other side of this door, as if he's opened it to a no bigger than half a storage closet, and there is a lion statue on the other side of this thing. He looks at the lion statue and he bows, and then he says, "We are here to see Torovich." And the lion statue blinks and then opens its mouth. And as it opens its mouth, the jaw just doesn't stop. It continues to descend lower and lower and lower until it reaches the bottom of the statue. And it's still only about as wide as a mouth. But then he steps through it, and somehow he steps through this gap that's only about 4 inches across. And you're not sure whether he stretched, he squished down to fit through, or the mouth of it's disorienting and makes you feel a little bit uneasy. But Penelope sort of puts her hand gently on your lower back, Josie, and sort of gently pushes you forwards.
I'm gonna throw up.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Yeah, feeling a bit seasick herself, she'll step through and sort of look worryingly back towards.
Yeah, you step through, and as you step through, it seems to just increase in size as you're approaching it until it just takes you. It's not like you don't feel any sense of being squished.
I rolled 11.
Very peculiar. Yeah, you feel you definitely get the mini sick in your mouth. Penelope steps through, and then Valkar, you ultimately step through as well. On the other side of this thing, you see a much larger, more well lit from natural light, white entrance hall, as it were. It seems like the opposite side of the room is just entire glass panes, and this side of the room is it's sort of like a business room or sort of a meeting room might be in some sort of really high level of a skyscraper. It seems like it's laid out with a table and chairs, and there's sort of potted plant off to your right as you walk through this doorway. You turn back to see Valkar step through this portal that completely disappears the very millisecond that he is past it. It's just a blank wall again. There's no real discerning features as to where this portal on this side of it was. In this room are a series of guards, various different races, mostly human, but there's definitely an elven man there and another orc. They all give a sign of salute, military salute, to this orc who walks in with you. And they say, the other orc steps forward and says, Torovich for you? And he says, yes, we are here to see Torovich. He says, how long will they need? He says, I will give them 5 minutes with him. They have been thoroughly searched for magic items and they have none on them. We should be aware, however, that Valkar here has natural weapons at his disposal, and they are arcane in nature in this way. He says this one is well trained in the arcane arts, of course, and they sort of register acknowledgement for Penelope. Says, very well. And they walk over to the other side of the wall, next to sort of where the windows meet the wall, and there's again just blank wall. And one of them lifts up sort of a wand, a staff of short wood, and he traces it down the side of this wall, and there is a series of unlocking sounds, and then a wall, almost like he's unzipped it. It just shifts into an archway, and you are ushered towards it. You step in. You take the lead this time. You step right up to it, and as you step in, you see a room probably about 15 feet by 15 feet, and it seems to be ethereal in nature. It's almost like you're looking at two images: one of an empty room, and one of a room with a man and a bed and various furnishings, and they've been overlaid over the top of one another with like 50% transparency. You can kind of see both, and he's kind of in grayscale. They usher the others of you in as well. Penelope goes in. Josie, I'm assuming you step in.
Yes.
And the orc gentleman who met you in the first place when you arrived, you didn't ask his name, but his name's Garak. Garak steps in with you as well.
20 on my perception.
Thank you,
check.
Scarlet
I
Dawn,
see
for the
following
follow.
me.
You step into this room, and the other guy sort of zips back up again the door, and as it zips back up, as it closes behind you and shows no sign of an exit, that's when the ethereal nature starts to solidify, and you are in the room with him, and he looks up to see you as you materialize as if he couldn't see before. And you see standing or sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of you beside the bed he's probably about 5'1". He's human. He's very skeletal. He is badly malnourished. He's got gaunt skin that is stretched so tightly across his face as to make him seem like a flesh-coloured skull atop a neck. He's got sunken dark eyes, and he's wearing tattered robes, but he's wearing them just over his bottom half, as if he's makeshifted whatever clothes they've given him into a loincloth. The thing that meets you first, though, is not just this decrepit skeletal form of a man, but the fact that everywhere on the walls and floor and parts of his bed is written in feces, blood, any other writing material he can find, is written a series of sayings and phrases and words. You instantly start to read them, various different sizes and fonts. You read, "Heavy is the head that wears the crown. United we stand, divided we fell. Where he slept we shall wake. This way yields glory, and revenge shall be served cold." Over and over again. These same phrases, over and over and over again. He looks up at you and says, "Visitors? I haven't had visitors in a long time."
Oh, just let me take a second to take that in. That's amazing. Oh.
I only got one praise down.
Yeah, can we get a repeat on that? That you wrote it down. I don't think I'm gonna be quick enough to get it. Ah, it's so good.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Heavy is the head
Heavy
that
is
wears
head
the
that
crown.
wears the crown.
United we stand, divided we fell. Where he slept, we shall wake. Revenge shall be served cold. And this way yields glory.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Okay. All right. It's just so. Oh. I'm gonna walk up and start just like observing all the scripture that's written on the wall in blood and feces.
He just stays seated, cross-legged, looking up at your 7-foot-tall lion-like form. You're Valkar.
Right.
You're from the Dreadmane.
I look over at him.
You don't deserve to use those words. I should cut out your tongue as punishment.
He smiles.
I'm going to look over at Josie and Penelope. Am I taking lead here? I feel like I'm taking lead here.
Seems like
I
it.
can
Yeah.
pop in here if you like. I
Yeah.
don't mind.
I just before you do, I would like to clutch my pride rock. It is a stone that is being carved and as scriptures have been put onto it. It's about this size. And my pride rock is my holy symbol, and I would like to use divine sense. Is the guard here as well?
Yes, the main guard that met you is here. It's the four of you in the room.
I'm just going to use divine sense, and I'm going to move over to the guard, and I'm going to what was his name? It was
Garak.
Garak. Is it Garak?
Garak, yeah.
Garak. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna move over next to Garak while allowing Josie to have some conversation. But my divine sense is what I want to use now.
All right. Divine sense. Read it out for me. You can tell.
Yeah.
You can tell fey fiends and undead and things.
Yeah. So let me bring it up. I'll read it out. Okay. Cool. Here we go. I can. The presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. The powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect such forces. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet of you that is not behind total cover. You know the type, celestial, fiend, or undead, or any whose presence you sense but is not. You sense its presence, but not its identity. You got it?
Yeah. Can you make a skill check for me, please? So your charisma plus proficiency.
Charisma plus proficiency. Don't let me dice. So charisma, proficiency. 16.
16 total. You try your divine sense, and you're not sensing anything. Not just in the sense that there's nothing in the vicinity. You're not sensing any. It's like you've called and got a ringtone on the other side of the divine holy symbol. It's like there's nobody on the other side of it. You feel cut off from your power. You force through for a second. You've hunker down and force your willpower into this stone, and you feel like I can get through this. I can get through this. But nothing comes. No one answers. Nothing is on the other side of this thing. You are cut off from your your holy abilities.
Okay, and I'm going to settle up to Garak, and I'm going to allow Josie to have a scene here.
Sure.
Okay, so she wanders up to Toreg, clutching her nose delicately.
Todovich?
At the stench.
Yeah, Tarovich.
Sorry, Todovich.
Todovich, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's just that I do have a Torrig in another campaign, and it threw me for a second. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Where are we?
Torig's here?
Yeah.
It's because we had a Torg
Yeah.
briefly as well, and so my brain just defaults to that name.
From
So
the
many
Starlight
names.
One shot.
I think he was, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was Daniel's character. Go ahead.
You said
Torovich.
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 He looks up at you.
With a nat 20 on my perception check, I see you following me.
Your friends didn't seem to. They scurried to the winds when we crushed them.
United we stand. Divided we fell.
Did any of them know? Were any of them worthwhile practitioners themselves?
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
What crown?
The glorious crown.
And what is it that you all want?
Revenge will be served cold.
Revenge on who?
He flicked his eyes across to Valkar. And back to you. You haven't worked it out yet.
We worked it out last time.
United we stand. Divided we fell.
Here for your games.
Sorry, you have to repeat that. I spoke over you. My bad. I expressed.
Not
over
here
you.
for your games.
No, here for your games. Okay.
Why the beholder?
You've only just found him.
With a nat 20 on my perception check, I see you following me.
Zagtan was a test. A test of the abilities.
Zogtan is no more.
I assumed so. You wouldn't be here if he was.
They were watching. United they stand. Glory Fang and the Black Crown.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Who
Come on.
wears the crown?
Come on, hungry birdies. Peck, peck, peck at these breadcrumbs. Keep
I'm going to-
following.
Run up, and I'm going to Dark Knight him.
Alright.
So I want to get, drive him into some nearby wall or ground, and then
Alright.
bare my claws and fangs.
So, can you make an acrobatics or athletics check, please? Because
I'll go with athletics.
Garak is trying to grab you before you do so.
All right. Oh, this is so good. I have advantage? Why do I have advantage? Oh, climbing while nodded. Never mind. Don't have advantage. 29.
29, yeah. Garak, he reaches out for you, but you just push him to the side. You rush over. The fella on the floor is not even fighting back as you grab
I'm
him.
gonna gut you, you worm.
Where he slept, we shall wake.
Where he slept. Enough of your riddles.
I'm gonna start digging my claws in if I can.
Yes.
Oh my god.
This way yields glory. Glory will be upon us. Glorious crown. Glory to the days. Glory Fang. This is the first time that you have seen an association between Glory Fang and the Black Crown.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You realize that there is an association. Can you both make an intelligence check for me, please? You can make it history, or are you proficient in any other intelligence?
A new adventurer joins the team.
You can choose your intelligence proficiency, and I will tell you different information regarding on which one it is.
I'm probably gonna go with I'm gonna go with religion.
Religion check.
But it's all the same.
Sure.
I don't have proficiency.
Okay.
Oh, that's cocked.
History.
15.
15. You know with your religion check that the Devil Clan, the infernal the cultists, the infernal cultists that you were dealing with, the fiendish cultists that called themselves the Makhrazel, you know from dealing with them that is in infernal. That means the Iron Mind. They were called the Iron Mind. Josie, what'd you get?
History 18.
18. History check. You know which one of these would we? Let's have a look. So historically, obviously, the first thing to come to mind is the two main things that are coming up in the last few days for you are the Makhrazel and the Black Crown, and divided they both fell to your hand. You managed to ultimately destroy both of those clans, the Fiends and the Necromancers. But together they stand, perhaps. If he's talking about them, then perhaps the Makhrazel and the Black Crown have united to return. You realise when you consider this, Penelope actually says the thought out loud as the thought comes into your mind. She seemingly has come to the same conclusion. She sort of, you hear her whisper beside you. That would be why I got confirmation that the Black Crown was no more. Because they are no longer the Black Crown. They are something else. But who leads them?
Answer her.
Bring my claw up.
He turns towards her and says, "This way yields glory."
No. Glory Fang.
Peck, peck, peck. Follow those breadcrumbs. As you have pinned him against the wall and you've brought your things up, and you realise that you are pretty sure Gloryfang is behind this and has united the two clans, the Infernal Fiends and the Necromancers, or what remains of both of them. You realise Gloryfang is behind it and has united them. But that doesn't tell you where he is. Next to his head, sprawled in blood across the thing, you see the phrase, "Where he slept, we shall wake." And you realise that where Gloryfang last went to sleep was when you put your sword through his chest in Notre de l'Ange.
Not real.
He winks at you as you say this, and that's the first time you've seen him close his eyelids at all since he's
I want to bring my claws into his eyes.
He doesn't call out in pain. As blood just starts to seep down his face.
I retract my claws from his eye sockets.
Val, you've gone far enough.
I stand up.
This one's already broken.
You let go of him and he kind of slumps against the wall and just puts his head down, and then you see him put his hand up to his face as if he's sort of in pain, and he's putting his hands to his eyes, but then he gets the blood and just turns to the wall and starts to write. "United we stand, divided we fell." Garak says, "That is time. That is time." And he puts his hand up, and just by putting his hand up, the wall on the other side seemingly gets unzipped, and the rest of the room fades to grey around you, including what remains of this broken, strange human. you walk out of the room and it gets zipped back up behind you. Penelope says,
He is muttering the phrases and trying to piece some of them together.
make another intelligence check, all of you. Both of you, it's just straight intelligence.
5.
Yeah. Mine's slightly better. Not a lot.
What am I doing? Penelope's with you. She's got fucking intelligence through the wazoo. She should be rolling. She only got a 3 on the dice though. So, oh boy.
Well, I got a 9.
9 total. She got a 3. She's got intelligence of 6. So that's a 9 also.
I'm use my mane to just sort of like wipe my claws from the eyeball blood.
Yeah. So you don't remember how to you don't work out how to piece them together particularly just yet. I mean, you know what you've learned while you were in there.
We have to get to Notrill.
Notrill, Penelope says. Why? What? That's where he slept.
United they stand.
They're talking about Gloryfang. He's back somehow. How is he back? You killed him. You killed him twice.
You should know the rule of 3.
Is it wise to take you there? If this is about you.
I have to end this. Not only that, he's gathered the forces of the Iron Mind.
The Iron Mind.
Crown.
The Iron Mind.
Yeah.
The heavy head. The Iron Mind is wearing the black crown. The two forces are combining. The Mechrazel and the Black Crown are working together. That's what that means. It must.
Well, then how will they serve revenge cold? I have
I
this
don't-
awful
I
feeling
don't know.
it's
They-
literal.
Revenge. It's been a year since you took him out last. I'm not sure how. We need to go. I agree. We need to take you to Notrill. We need to find out what's there at the very least.
We should also get word to the king.
Of course. We need to leave, she says to the guards. And they walk over to a blank patch of wall opposite the windows and unzip a portal, and you walk through it and you find yourself on the other side of the lion statue. He walks out behind you. Garrick closes the door and locks it with 2 locks.
Not this again.
We have to. I'm afraid this is for the security of the prison. And he starts to lead the way.
Guards. Oh, God.
Can you make another Constitution saving throw, please?
14.
14.
Oh, God.
You manage to keep it down, but again, you get that horrible acid burning sensation at the back. You just focus at your feet. Focus at your feet. Don't look at him as he walks up this spiral staircase that spins around to the side. What does kind of mess you both up as well is that you're not following the exact same path as you did to get here. There is a room that you walk into that was definitely not here on your way in. And there's something changing about the path that Garrick is taking, but seemingly Garrick knows his way regardless. He takes you, he unlocks doors, some of them he unlocks with his hand and glowing bracer, some with keys. There's corridors that twist and turn and up and down, until eventually you reach the main foyer where you were brought in the first place, and he says, you may retrieve your items now, and he takes you into the office, and they painstakingly sort of get the items back out, and one at a time make sure that you get everything back and mark them off, and it takes a good 30 minutes or whatever, but you get them all on, you get your armor back on.
He sort of snatches them up impatiently.
Yeah. As soon as you arrived back in this hall, you saw Penelope reach out her hand and start to trace a rune in front of her, and then she speaks into it all that you'd learned, as much as she can, summarized into 25 words. We're heading to Notrill now. We think that the Iron Mind and the Black Crown are working together. They've been reunited under the rule of Gloryfang, and then sends it off. She does this another time as well, so she's obviously sending the same message to at least 2 people, whoever they are. then you by then you get all of your things back on again. What do you want to do at this point?
So we teleported to Notril yet?
No, you've just finished getting your stuff on. I just wanted to give you the opportunity in case you wanted to say one last thing to Garrick or anything.
We have to end this, Josie, once and for all.
I'm gonna.
So looking at Garrick,
Mhm.
has anyone noticed Torovic do anything unusual recently, or?
The whole thing about him is unusual. He has not eaten in about 6 months. We have fed him. We have tried to feed him. We give him food. He just uses it as more ink for his walls. We have given him food, but he has gotten gaunter and not died. He does not seem to reduce in strength. He's living on something. It's like he's just breathing air and surviving. He is strange in so many ways. He has evaded us in well, he looks at the three of you as if he was about to say something he shouldn't have and stops himself. He is a strange person, but no more so recently than he has been.
Have you tried killing him?
He looks at you. I cannot say if we have or have not tried to kill him, but he is still alive now.
That his purpose is not yet done. I would suggest bolstering your security while we handle what is ever in Notril.
Yes.
I fear that perhaps there is something afoot. Double whatever you have on him.
We will do what we can. The door to the portal room, the entrance room, whereby you portaled into this room in the first place, is opened to you, and Penelope steps forward, and she starts to memorize the runes on the outside of the circle, and then she waits for you to enter. And as you enter, she gets out some chalks and she starts to fill in gaps around the circle of runes on the floor, filling out the rest of the dial code as to where she's going to be sending you. And she says, "Are you ready? I'm not sure what we'll find there."
I'm ready.
And she steps through the blue sheen of doorway that appears in front of you. You step through with her, and on the other side, you are greeted by a cold air. The doorway closes up behind you, and you see yourselves in the somewhat familiar outskirts of Notre Delange. It is just as desolate and lifeless as you remember it. It is dark, and the woods around you are seemingly petrified or withered away. The grass is gone. The soil is without life. There's no insects or anything. There's no birds chirping. But there's also just a very cold chill in the air.
He's here. I smell him.
She starts to walk forwards towards in the direction of the town.
Like to try to be as stealthy as I can on the approach as well.
Can you make a stealth check, please?
I will also make a stealth check. Remembering the many conversations with Josie that I have had about I shouldn't have to stealth. And Josie saying sometimes stealthing is good. There's not what conquest paladins do. So that conversation has happened before.
Yeah.
It's 24 for me.
It's a straight roll for me because of my boots.
Mm-hmm. What was it? Sorry, Josie, a 24?
24.
It's only a 14 for me.
14 for you. And it's pretty decent for your ally. Can each of you make a perception check, please?
I see you following me.
21.
21.
11.
11. All right. Valkar, as you've stepped maybe 30 feet forwards from where you entered, before you hear a from behind you, and you spin around ready. You reach for your sword immediately. You see the fabric of the air in front of you wrench open into this blue sheen of a doorway, and through it steps a familiar female Leonin, lion and lady, Venfiel. Venfiel steps through, and she's accompanied by two guards, two king's guards. And she says, What the hell do you think you're doing coming in here on your own?"
I'm gonna walk up.
Benville is back. Gloryfang is here.
"And you didn't come to get me."
There's no time.
"There was time. If Penelope hadn't told me, we wouldn't have even known where you went to your last resting place."
Where were you last time?
"We will not go into this again. Valka. We are
You
here now.
challenging me?
You've no idea what might
Your
be
voice
about.
down."
Yep.
And she brings out her claws and starts to walk forwards. The two guards bring out great swords, and they start to walk forwards as well. They're very heavily armored, and they've got armor that seems to be magically infused. They seem to flank her on either side as well. The lot of you start to walk forward. Josie, with you and Penelope have started to move forwards away from the rest of the more slightly noisy group, and stealthed up scout style until you can see the outskirts of the town. You can see it's still there. All of the buildings are still standing, the ones that were left standing. And it is just, there's like a frost on the ground. And at this time of year and at this latitude, it shouldn't get cold. It shouldn't get cold enough to ice over here, but it is icy on the ground. It's frosty. You can see that there's no life signs coming from the town. Nothing's moving within the town.
Revenge will be served cold. She sort of mutters that in Penelope's direction.
Yeah, and Penelope says,
It's magic.
"Where he slept, we shall wake. It's definitely the right place. This is where they intend to wake whatever it is. We must enter. It seems like walking into a trap, but what other choice do we have?"
None.
You see her eyes glaze over for a second, and then they completely, the irises and the pupils vanish into just white sclera. And she raises her hand up. And then they go back, and she says, "There's a sort of desecrated land here, but not other than that, there's no magics abound. I don't sense traps. Perhaps ambush, but no traps per se. And it's not an illusion." She starts to walk forwards, and the guards and your sister, Valkar, start to walk forwards as well towards the town.
I'd like to use my pride rock once again.
Sure.
Divine sense.
This time it answers the call immediately. You get the divine sense. Nobody in your immediate area is fey, fiend, celestial, undead. And you do get a very strong sense of desecrated ground that is like overwhelmingly noxious to your senses. But other than that, no signs of any
Desecrated.
creatures of that kind.
Right. I follow into her.
All right, so you all enter the town. The first thing you notice is that as you enter the streets of the town and it starts to open up before you, the town hall has the front wall of it seems to have collapsed inwards, and the rest of the building is staying standing, but it seems to have collapsed inwards. And as you approach and sort of walk around the front of it, the town hall being where the man sacrificed himself to summon whatever it was that Gloryfang was on the second rendition. You walk around the front and you see that the town hall the wall of it has not only fallen in, but it's fallen down and formed like a stone staircase down into where would be the basement of the town hall, but instead it's just this staircase downwards. You walk around the front and you can see that it just continues for as far as you can see, this stone staircase downwards. The frost is seemingly coming from beneath as this cold air meets you. This freezing breeze coming from below.
I slowly pull out my rapier.
And I pull out my my Holy Avenger.
Be ready.
I will.
Penelope rubs her hands.
I'll look to Josie, Penelope, and Venfield, and the guards. And then I'm like,
I'll lead the way.
I start to slowly descend into the darkness.
You descend into the darkness. And then you all die! Ah! You descend down the steps into the darkness. The only sounds, the clattering of your own boots on the steps, and the sounds of the armor of the men behind you. You walk and walk deeper and deeper and deeper, until eventually light appears in the darkness of the steps in front of you, glowing, flickering red light of a fire. You slow your pace but continue to descend until eventually you can discern the light as two different pinpricks of light. You keep descending lower and lower until you realize they are torches burning away in torch brackets on the walls. You get closer and closer, and you can see from the light flickering from these torch brackets that between them is a large humanoid statue. And the room that they are standing in at the bottom of this staircase is probably only 20 feet wide by 15 feet deep. The staircase ends at the foot of the statue. You're probably about 100 feet away from it.
I try to determine what I can from the statue.
Make a religion check.
15.
15. You notice with a 15 intelligence, you recognize this statue to be the often depicted humanoid form of the god Listalak. Listalak is a god of ownership, possessions, envy, territory, and a few other things of that nature in the war domain, I think it is.
Ooh.
At the base of this statue, or rather halfway down the statue, it's hard to do on a camera where you can only see my bust, but it's got its hands out in front of it like this, and in it is a large sort of shallow bowl.
You must always give to Listalak.
I take out 3 platinum pieces, and I place them in the bowl.
As you place them in the bowl, there's a blinding light of flashes, and the platinum pieces are gone.
His greed is ever-reaching.
There is no change to the statue or the room.
What do you want to do, Josie?
I wanted to scout the room a bit.
Yes, sorry, you did say that. I forgot to mention. The room is very small, as I say, only like 20 feet wide by 15 feet deep at the base of this staircase. It seems to be tiled floor, like ceramic tiled floor, and similar walls, just a stone wall that seems very smooth, carved out of. It's definitely not been made out of the basement of that town hall. There's a good chance that you've perhaps walked through a portal to another place, or maybe just there's some sort of other magic going on here, but you're not 100% sure that you could confidently say you're on the material plane anymore. It's not like it's been dug out of the dirt beneath the town hall of this town. And other than the statue, there's no defining features to this room.
The voices in my head want me to consider giving Listalak blood. Have I seen these statues before, and have I perhaps heard of such a thing?
You had a 15 religion check, and with that, you don't know much more about Listalak other than his place of worship is the bank. He is the god of ownership, and he's kind of a neutral god in himself. He's considered a god of greed, a god of ownership, a god of envy. People often tout him as being, when someone gets envious, it's because of Listalak's doing. But he's not evil or malicious or benign, and you've never heard of anyone giving blood, but it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibilities that it would be a thing.
I will consider it, but as I do, I will shake my head and mutter under my voice.
If I do, he would perhaps gain dominion over my very being. No, I won't.
You
And
can
then I will.
you can make a religion check as well, and I will make one for all the NPCs.
Who's this? Me?
Josie,
Josie. Yes.
Oh, yep.
you can make a religion check because of the statue.
That's a good point. That's a really good
The
point.
20 on my perception check. I see you.
I'll cut off the part of my dread that has the blood from the eyeballs on it,
Oh yeah.
and I'll throw it in there.
Well, was the blood from the eyeballs considered a trophy to you when you got it, when you got drenched in blood, or would it have been taken away by the cleansing?
Oh no! So no, that was after. This is because we haven't touched.
Oh, the blood from the
since we
right.
came back
Gotcha.
from prison.
That
Yeah,
guy's
yeah,
eyeballs.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
thinking the
Yeah.
beholder's eyeballs. Yeah. So you
Yeah.
cleaned your
So-
cleaned your claws on the eyeballs. So you cut that dread off and
Yeah.
you place it in.
Yeah.
What?
13 total.
13 total. Yeah, you recognize this as Listalak as well, but you don't know anything more than I've mentioned already.
I offer you his blood. If you deem it worthy, he is yours.
There is a flash, and the dread is disappeared. But there's no change to anything in the room.
Let's see how the cosmic child cosmic wants to deal with that.
Yeah.
Just chuck it into the void. Okay. So, as Josie realizes that this is Listalak, Penelope and the guards, and even Venfiel, I would like to search their expressions to see how they're reacting to see such a thing.
The guards and your sister are very cautious. The guards are focused on where they've just come from to make sure that they've not walked into something where they get closed in from behind. So they're keeping an eye on that. Your sister's keeping an eye on like the surroundings of the room, make sure that and she's actually started to move her hand along the walls, making sure that it's real and everything. It does seem to be nothing's illusory.
Perhaps we should leave your guards here, then. We don't want to be trapped. They could give us warning if we have people piling in behind us.
Piling in behind, we're stuck at the bottom of a stairwell.
If someone wants to block off that stairwell, or even fighting out of here,
Yes,
it'd be hard.
I thought of that myself as well. I've already sent word for other guards to follow us here. They'll be arriving hopefully shortly. This was just the two that I had at hand.
Are they good?
Oh,
They're the
a new
best.
adventurer joins the team.
I trust your judgment.
Captain Robert just subscribed at tier 1. Thank you very much, Captain, and it's good to see you in the chat. Penelope is, on the other hand, is just staring at the statue of Listalak, and she says, I have a feeling that it requires a sacrifice of something one holds precious. And she reaches up and she takes off a ring. And you know that she's got a lot of magic rings. You're not exactly sure which one this is, but she doesn't wear things unless they're useful. This one's obviously got some sort of magic imbuement to it. And she looks at it and she seems reluctant. But eventually she places it in the tray, the little bowl. And it ting, 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 and then flashes and it's disappeared. And then the statue moves its hands to the side, opens its other hands. It's hard to do when you can't see me. It opens its other hand. It's got its bowl resting in this one, and it kind of just gestures to the wall beside it. And she steps forwards to the wall, puts her hand up, and her hand passes through the wall. And then she walks through the wall and she disappears.
I'm right on her heels as she does. It's just starting.
You're right on her heels, and as soon as she's passed through the wall, you hit up against the solid wall.
Okay.
And then no longer has she. No sooner as she passed it, the hand comes back across, grabs the ball, and puts it back in front of itself.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
You have to sacrifice one of your magic items or something sentimental, perhaps.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
I will pull out the monocle.
pull out the monocle. You place it on the thing. Let me look at something up real quick. You place the item in the bowl, and then there's a blinding light, and it flashes and disappears, and the statue doesn't move.
Dang. Josie frowns and starts to rummage deeper in her bag.
I'm going to take out one of two teeth that is within my mane, and as I look at it,
Beholder teeth, or from some past
something
kill.
different. There's also there's a mournful expression as I look at it, about this big, and I hold it close.
I can't carry you with me anymore. But vengeance will be ours.
You can see that Valkyr is starting to tear up. I drop the tooth in the bowl, the tooth that belonged to Valkyr's father.
The tooth hits the bowl, and then flashes and disappears. The tears dry up in your eyes, and you're not sure why you felt sad about that. I mean, you knew him. He was a nice guy, I guess. But you don't have feelings for him in any particular way. You feel neutral towards the man that was your father. But the bowl moves to the side, and the hand gestures to the wall.
I move off with a fierce stride. Though the feelings of this individual was taken from me, the fact that something was taken from me in general.
Yeah, you recognize that something was taken, even though you don't feel the same way about your father as you did. You know that something was taken from you, and you'll never have that again.
I will make you pay 3 times.
You walk through the wall. On the other side, you almost bump into the back of Penelope, who's been waiting for you on the other side. I'll explain what you see in a second. The ball goes back to its position, Josie.
How big is the bowl?
It's about 1.5 feet wide, diameter, and probably about 6 inches shallow.
Having known what it was that Val just gave away, with just an absolutely stricken expression, she takes her instrument off her back and places that in the bowl, half hoping that it doesn't work.
You place it in the bowl, and the instant it touches the bowl, blinding light for a second. You blink the spots out of your eyes, and then you think for a moment, like, could I play one? Would I know how? Do I know what's the word for music things? Chords. Do I know the chord? You realise at that point that it took you so long to even think of the word chords that you wouldn't be able to play this anymore.
It's the lack.
You, the bowl goes to the side and moves to the side, and you walk through the wall. And the bowl comes back. You walk through and meet your companion and Penelope, who say who Penelope is sort of, she's got a panicked kind of attitude towards her at the moment, and she says there's a timing, it's getting closer. There's been, since I came through, there's been explosions happening, and just as she says this, another one from afar and echoing. There's something. It's getting closer. I've been timing them, and they're definitely getting closer. We need to move now. They can follow us along if they need to. And she sets off down this sort of corridor. You can see that it's kind of like it's been made out of volcanic rock on either sides of you, but with a smoothed floor. And she sets off running down this hallway. And as she does, there's like a flash of light, and then 2, 3, comes echoing down the corridor. And she continues on towards
the hollow feeling.
She continues on towards it. You set off as well.
Yeah.
you get to the point where the time between the flash of light and the explosion sound is getting closer and more and closer together. There's a flash, and then and she shouts over her shoulder, I think it's just a timing thing. We just need to time it right to get through at the right moment. Another one happens, and instantaneously now you can feel the heat from it as well. There's seemingly an explosion that's happening, and as you get to this patch of corridor, it sort of opens up into sort of a more of a wider room, maybe 30 feet across, maybe about 90 feet long. You can see a door on the other side, an archway, that open door, leading to more corridor. And then at regular parts of this room, just an explosion, like something's casting fireball. And it doesn't seem to be a pattern to it. It's just around the room there's an explosion, and it's happening every 3 seconds or so. What do you guys do?
So we have to make it to the other side of the room with the fireballs
Yeah.
running?
I do not fear this room. Dreadmane!
I'm just going to run forward.
So you set off running. Penelope brings up her hands, and in a very swift motion, she casts Wall of Stone down one side of you. She's at least protecting you from one side in case the fireballs happens to conjure on that side. I'm going to see if it does.
Let's go.
All right. You run forwards. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please. It was not on that side.
Is it magical?
It is magical. It is a magical effect. It's a magical trap.
Oh, that's cocked. Nope. Thank God it's magical. Nope, it was one better, but it's still not good. Natural 4.
A natural 4.
Yeah.
All right. That is 10, 20.
Oh, it's 11.
That is a 23 points of fire damage. As you run, the fireball just explodes like a few feet from your head, and you quickly cover, and you get blasted, smashed against the side of the stone wall that was just conjured. And she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I made a bet. I bet wrong." And then she just sets off running across the room after you as well. Josie, what are you doing?
I'd like to jump through as well, or try and count them.
Yeah. All right. So you set off running. What's your movement speeds? Are you both 30?
Yeah. No, 35.
35 for you. All right.
30, yeah.
How much was damage again? 30?
30, yeah. So with a dash, you've gone 60 feet across. You're going to have to go another round, Josh. But Josie, I need you... actually, I'm going to see if it's on this side of the wall or the other. It is on the other side of the wall. So Josie, as you run, and as Penelope runs, you're kind of right on her heels. There's another explosion on the other side of the wall, somewhat muffled, and you see flames flick around the top of it because the height of the ceiling was a little more than the height of the wall. So she protected you from that one, but you did see a bunch of the stone wall, crumble behind you and get thrown in. I'm going to see if, Josh, you need to make another one. You do, I'm afraid.
Is my obviously I've got fire on my dreads as well.
Burns. Can you make a dexterity saving throw with advantage because of your sword, I believe?
Your sword. Dex would be 20.
20. So you succeed. You take only 19 halved, so let's say 10 points of damage. As you see one detonate in front of you, and you manage to bring your dwarven plate armor up in front and block yourself from any major things. It still burns across you, but you manage to block the initial impact to your face. And with the rest of your turn, you can get the rest of the movement and make it across to the other side of this thing.
I'm coming for you, Glory Fang!
Josie, you just continuing to run as well?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, it's on this side again, unfortunately. So you and Penelope are running together simultaneously. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, same as Penelope.
Yep, so it's a 21.
21, that succeeds. So you get, that's 14 plus 6, 7, that's 21 halved. So let's say that's 11 points of fire damage. And what's her name? Penelope. Penelope also succeeded. She manages to evade it. The reason you both evade, perhaps, is that Penelope uses her absorb elements. She takes resistance to half of that. She only takes half of, 11? She takes half of that. So that's 6 points of fire damage to Penelope. She absorbs a bunch of the flames that flicker over her face, and then you can see that her hands are sort of glowing with heat as she runs forwards, only for the next 6 seconds or so, and then they fade away. But you make it to the other side of the room. I think that's so you're all three of you across now. You kind of turn
So
back.
good.
You kind of turn back and see the other side of the room, and there's still explosions happening in the room, and you're not sure whether your sister's gotten through the wall at all, or whether she's. But it seems like those explosions are getting more and more frequently.
With the burning fur and mane, and even parts of me that are still smoldering, I'm going to take my pride rock, grasp it, and just like scratch my nail across it, and some like divine sparks come off. And as I do, I'm gonna lay on hands on myself,
Right. Yeah.
holding it close to my heart.
Nice. Yeah, you feel the warmth and the warmth of golden light from within rather than the warmth of fire from without.
Yeah. And I'm gonna heal back the damage that I took, which was 40.
40. Sweet. So you which one was next? Sorry, let me check my notes real quick. I forgot something. Oh, you continue on down the corridor, and then your footsteps echoing in front of you and behind, and then eventually the echoes from in front die away, and you can hear that there's an open corridor, an open room in front of you. And as you reach the end of it, you look down, and there's just an endless abyss below you. But there's like individual platforms of like pillars of rock with a smooth top, maybe about 15 feet away from you, and then another 15 feet away from that, and they're just kind of dotted into the darkness ahead of you, and just descend lower and lower and lower into the abyss below.
Can you cast Featherfall or Fly?
I do have fly, yes. I can get us across this. I'm just wondering if usually traps like this or tricks, they have ways to prevent bypassing them. I don't want to. We should just be careful. And she puts her hands on both of your shoulders, and you both feel light. You feel like you have no weight to you at all, and you can just sort of will yourself in any direction.
Right.
She sort of squeezes through between the two of you and gets to the front, and then just steps out of the off of the platform.
Wait.
Well, she steps out.
Always me first.
Yes, and could we tie a rope around you, just in case?
Sure.
I'm gonna say to Penelope,
I don't care if I die, but I will not lose another. Not after what happened to Notriel.
Very well. I won't argue with you, Valkar. I know better than that.
Plus, all the glory will be mine.
and then just jump off down first.
So you jump out. There's no dissension. You just float out into the air. Nothing seems to happen. Nothing seems to come out towards you. Nothing seems to take advantage of you trying to bypass the trap. You just float out. You get over 15 feet over to the platform that's about 7 feet wide, and you stand on the top of that platform.
Yeah.
What
are the others
Josie,
see?
the others see you do so. You fly out and you land on top of the platform. There's no seeming allusion to anything here.
So before I take off, I also want to pull out my immovable rod.
Nice. So you get your removable rod out, and you set off out of the doorway and float across towards him, and you land on the platform. The two of you are getting a little bit cramped on here. It's about 7 foot platform, but
It reminds me of that time we were stuck in the labyrinth.
Just like that time, doesn't this feel a bit too easy?
Yes.
you look around and you see that there are at least 2 other platforms that are about equidistant from you, and one that's a little bit further away. There's no obvious direct path from this first platform. There's no obvious direct path which one to go to or which direction to head in.
How did we solve the labyrinth last time? How did we find the way?
We kept going left.
Then we go left.
All right, so you choose the leftmost platform, and you both fly over to it, and Penelope flies over to the first platform behind you, and she says, "I'll try and stay towards the back, because if I lose concentration, we all lose fly."
Now, do you? I want to set the standard that the marching order that I'm going first.
Sure.
So if there's anything that's set off, I want to
Yep.
take the brunt.
Yeah, no worries. Let me
Always
just
traveling
check
left.
something.
That Minotaur, he really knew how to drink. I
Alright.
missed that glorious bastard.
Can you make a survival check for me, please?
Certainly.
Just him or both of us?
Both of you.
Okay.
$12. My dice don't like me. So-
Natural one.
Ooh.
Dice like you better than they like them.
Apparently they do.
It's a general rule.
All right, so it's easy enough.
Over there.
It's easy enough to not get lost when you're just heading left. So you head left and left and left. Eventually, you see the walls of the cavern that you left have disappeared into darkness, and you're just picking the left one every time. Eventually, though, you pick one and go left, and as you land on the platform, you realize there's no other platforms that you could go to from here, except for maybe like way round to the. If you're going 12 o'clock, there's one way round to like 4 or 5 o'clock. That's the leftmost one. So you kind of go to that one, but now you're kind of backtracking a little, and you're on the one that's next to Penelope. And she says, "What's happening? Is there no like? Are we going in a particular direction? Do you know?"
Left doesn't work. Left always works.
Left, if you keep going left, it will work, but it will only take you around the outside of whatever this canyon is. It doesn't. If what we're looking for is in the middle, it won't take us there. But
I don't know. You're the smart one.
I think we continue left for now.
Left.
And you keep going to the leftmost one, even if the left one's kind of behind you. After about 10 minutes, fly lasts 10 minutes, right? I'm pretty sure it does. Let me just double check in case it's an hour, because that would make quite a difference. Fly. I'm almost certain it's... Why am I even doubting myself? I know fly is 10 minutes. And yet I look it up anyway. It is 10 minutes.
Anyway, it is 10 minutes, yeah.
Like, I knew. I was like 99% sure.
Here's the thing. GMs do this all the time. They check anyway. And like not only that, they've memorized things, but they check anyway.
We check anyway, just in case.
Check anyway, yeah.
It's 10-minute concentration spell, so after 10 minutes of going, she says, wait, just land on the next one. I need to recast.
Okay. Wait.
You wait on the next one. She catches up to you all. You're all kind of together, and then she recasts. And in the moment it takes to actually cast the spell, her concentration on the first one drops, and you all kind of ready each other. And then she casts fly again, and you can proceed. Can you make another survival check, please?
Right.
Both of you.
20.
10.
All right.
Oh, boy.
So
Why do I even roll?
So you keep going forwards. This way, you feel like you're keeping a pretty good eye on how many times you're turning and which direction generally you're facing in respect to where you came from. You kind of feel getting an idea of that anyway. You keep going and going. Excuse me, let me check something real quick. You come to a dead end again, and this time it was like stepping stone after stepping stone. You started to feel like, oh, we're going somewhere because there's no other options. At this point, it's just like one after another after another. You get to the end of this one, and it just stops, and there's just abyss in front of you. You're like, oh, we spent like 5 minutes coming down this thing. So you backtrack and you fly, and this time you don't have to land on each one. You just fly forwards as quickly as you can so that you can cover as much ground as possible. And you get back to where you were, so you've wasted quite a bit of time at that point. I want to ask for another check at this point. It would be... you continue going left, and eventually you start getting into the point where left will take you in a bit of a circle, because you get to a point where the next nearest left is one that you've already gone past, kind of thing. So when you're connecting dots, I'm getting into graph theory here as a mathematician. When you're connecting dots, if you only go for the one that's closest to the dot you're currently on, you can end up in a loop, because you can end up in one that's closer here but not as close here. So you end up basically going into a loop.
Yeah.
And then go for the next left. By this point, she's had to stop and recast about 3 times. So you've been going for about you get into the end of like 40 minutes. and you're just going around and around, and you're not exactly sure how. You're pretty sure you must have gone like at least a mile of this underground cavern situation.
And we haven't tried going directly down, right?
You haven't tried going directly downwards.
All right. You know what they say. When there's no going up, you go down. Tally ho!
I'm this
No,
one.
wait! And you head down. You just free fall it. You're falling for like at least 10, 20, maybe even 30 seconds.
Oh
before
god.
you start to see,
Oh god, what have I done?
before you start to see a light beneath you, glowing brighter and brighter and brighter until it illuminates a floor of seemingly magma. Seemingly lava is beneath you and taking up this entire floor, and you're hurtling towards it at breakneck speed.
Could I dive down for him? Because I got the winged boots.
Yeah, as soon as he's gone, you're after him to make sure that he's okay, and so you're right on his tail, maybe like 100 feet behind him, and then you start to see this lava approaching as well. Penelope has also come down after you. She's probably got another minute of this casting of fly left before she would have to refall. Ardana in the chat says, "Divided we fell?" Question mark.
I know. I missed it. I missed it.
And can you both make a perception check for me, please?
All right. 19.
7.
As you're hurtling down towards this lava, Valkar, you can see there is a patch of real dark, like cooled lava off like way in front, maybe a few hundred yards in that general direction, towards the sort of center of where this entire chasm was.
I try and PUBG it.
Yeah, you. I mean, you still have fly cast as well, so you start to and you start to move your way that way, and you start to pull in after him, Josie, and Penelope comes down as well, flying in after you. She's probably got like 20 seconds of fly left, and she's really hoping that you can make it to this damn platform in time. I'm gonna roll to see if she can. Let's have a look, see if she can either catch up to you guys and recast it while you're falling, or get to the end, get to the bloody platform where there's not lava. No shit. All right, so she. I gave it a 60% chance and I rolled a 56, so I just did. So she manages to whip in behind you. I'm gonna see whether she recasts it or not. She has to recast. So she manages to get to you guys, and she drops fly. You guys start to free fall again, but you're now basically horizontal and just coasting in the air, like actual skydivers. And she manages to, before you hit the lava, you've dropped a good 100 yards or something, but she recasts it in time for you to pull up and get in down onto the platform. It is seemingly like a large stretch of magma, and in the center of it is just a darkened figure. Just standing way off. Like, do either of you have dark vision?
I don't think Leonid's do.
No,
I do. 60 feet.
Yeah, right. So it's just about the range of your 60 feet dark vision, and the lava around is not illuminating the middle of this platform enough.
Is it him?
You step forward towards it.
Yeah.
You walk towards it, and you see there's it's seemingly got its shoulders hunched forwards, and as it gets closer into your dark vision range, you can see that there's another figure lying on the floor of it, seemingly like a body or something.
Hey!
You call out, and the figure turns to look at you, and you recognize it at the edge of your dark vision that it is your sister.
Who, the body?
No, the person
hunched
standing
figure?
is your figure. It is your sister, and the body at the feet seems to be wearing armor. It seems to be one of the guards.
So my expression will change into that of reassurance, almost like pulling back the tension, the veil of tension.
Word for you! Run well!
We fell. We We were trying to jump from platform to platform to catch up with you, and we fell. This one fell, and we were slowed as we fell. But he hit the ground hard and still hurt himself. But I was slowed. I couldn't. I don't know. What is this place? Where are we? Where are we even going, Valkar?
Left. Always left.
He's dead, and she just sort of pragmatically decides there's nothing she can do for him. They need to get yourselves out of here. So she walks back to you, and you start walking left on this platform, sort of skirting the edge of it. You don't walk far, maybe only a few hundred yards, before you start to see a looming buildings, kind of the wall of the edge of this floating lava platform looms into view, and you can see that it's just like a stone building, almost made out of cobblestone. It seems maybe only like 30 feet long. You walk over to it, and there's just a wooden door on it, just a simple wooden door. Doesn't even have a keyhole. It's just got a brass knob.
Check it for traps, Josie.
She nods regarding your sister with some concern, but then just moving ahead and checking for traps anyway.
All right.
Look good.
So yeah, you make an investigation check for me, please.
Is there any magic afoot here, Penelope?
Her eyes glaze over.
Say 5.
5 total. You don't see any traps. It kind of looks like it's a door. It's a door and building of the aesthetic of like a peasant farm hand or something, and something that he might use as a shed for his tools. Like it's not. It's just like it doesn't exactly fill the door frame, and it's just a ramshackle shack or hut of some kind.
I'm gonna burn another divine sense.
Sure. Penelope's eyes glaze over while you do this. And you burn a divine sense and get as you're approaching the door, and Josie, you tell him it's not trapped, or you don't know whether it is trapped.
It's not sitting right. I can't see any traps, but nothing about this is normal. So. What's her name? I'm gonna pull it up again. What's your sister called? Venfiel.
Yep.
Venfiel starts to walk forwards, and she says, "Well, we've come this far. What are we waiting for?" And
Wait.
she walks forwards and tries to grab the door, and you wait, and you stop her, and you grab your holy symbol, and you cast your divine sense. Is this the last time you can do it? You can do it a few times, right?
I've got 6 times. I've burned 3.
Wow. So you cast your divine sense, and you get no sense of anything from 2 of your compadres, but your sister is giving off a very fiendish energy. And she turns to you and says, "I forgot you could do that." And then horns appear on her head, and stripes come down from the back of her mane, and she becomes a very fiendish tigrine appearance. And then she brings up her hand and says, "I guess it's time we go." And then she brings out her hand and points it towards you, and you see that her hand is her right hand where her left should be, and her left where her right should be.
I knew it! I knew it!
She puts her hand out towards you, and then she beckons, "Bring it on," like this. And I need all of you to roll initiative.
Oh my gosh! I knew it! When you were describing it before, I was like, "Is there anything? Mayhaps that would be fiendish."
He had disguised. He had disguised self on during that fight, so you didn't see the backwards hands.
It's a Rakshasa.
That was a 13.
A 13 initiative.
Should I get new dice, or should I assume that all the bad rolls are now done?
Are you sure you're not rolling a d10?
Yeah. Are you sure? Oh my gosh.
There's a no tune on it. I don't know.
Shoot, then where the hell is Ven then? Gosh, okay. We'll find out. Anyway. Okay. This is initiative?
Initiative.
You
yes.
might not even have made it in.
I'm so sad right now. Why did I have to roll an 11? It's only a 12.
12 total.
Oh boy. Is this glory thing there from the description?
Is it what, sorry?
It's a tigrine. It's a tigrine, but was it glory thing?
It is Glorifang.
Yes.
You
Okay.
definitely recognize
Isn't that-
this is Glorifang, and he is back for the 3rd time.
Yep, the rule of 3.
Isn't
Alright.
the switched hands thing? Is that a Rakshasa?
It's a Rakshasa, yeah.
It's a Rakshasa.
It's a big deal.
I happened
big,
to walk
big
in
deal.
when you were watching that episode. I know
Boy, they are.
some vague notions
man.
about it.
So,
Oh man, it's Glory Fang, guys.
to set the scene, you are about 40 feet,
Oh,
40
a
feet
new
from the edge
adventurer
of a
joins the
lava,
team.
just endless lava, on a very hot platform that's not hot enough to do fire damage, but pretty damn hot. It's mostly rocky terrain. It's not rocky enough to be difficult terrain anywhere, and it is just featureless for as far as you can see behind you. And the only thing that sticks out is this sort of ramshackle hut in front of you that Glory Fang was seemingly trying to get you into.
I wanna-
before you found him out.
I want to say something to Glory Fang before we kick into
Sure,
initiative.
let's do it.
This is it. Let us have this final battle, Glory Fang.
Oh, this will be your final battle. We can be sure of that, Velka.
Ah, yes, you say so, yet I've killed you twice before. Let us...
You will not get a third! And then he strikes forwards because he got initiative.
Okay.
So, as he runs forward, I need... What's he going to do? What's he going to do? How do I use him to the best of his ability? The first thing he does is that he is going to... which one is he going to do? He's going to... Which one's the best one to do right now? Oh, he's got so many things. He is going to look at, as he's running towards you, Velka. He turns towards. Actually, he was right next to you, wasn't he? Because you grabbed him by the hand and said stop. So he's right in melee with you anyway.
You will not get a third.
He looks over to you, Josie. No, not you. He looks over to Penelope. Yes, this is going to go well. And he holds his hand out, and she has to make a saving throw. Come on, Penelope. Oh no, this is not going to go well.
Oh boy.
And that is his turn. He can't do anything else, I don't believe. So that is all he can do. So it is now, who got the 13? 13
Not
I think
me.
was Josie, wasn't it? And
Chris, did you
12.
get 13?
No, that was
I got
me.
12.
That was
Yeah,
me.
Josie, you are up.
Okay, so she starts and shouts Val, and then I'm going to. Yeah, I'll just do it. I'll bonus action say the name of summon my sword. Flame sword.
Have you thought of what it might be?
Yeah,
What
come
is-
on. Yep.
I realized I'm just going to use Josh's trick, and I'm going to call it Wraith.
Wraith.
Thanks, chat.
Wraith.
Love it.
35.
So,
You bring your rapier out, and Wraith, and then it suddenly lights up. What do you do? Is that a bonus action to do, or just a free
That's a
action? No,
bonus
Bonus
action.
action, sweet.
So my action will be to attack with
All right,
my
so you
flame
run
tongue
forwards,
rapier.
and you bring down the rapier, start fencing him effectively.
Please,
Roll
roll
to
above a
attack.
10. 7 plus 9 is 16.
16 just hits.
Yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
So you bring it forwards. He's not wearing armor. He's just wearing sort of nondescript dark red and black robes.
I even got all my hit dice out last fight, but I didn't get to do anything with them. Okay, so that is 6. Yes, 6 damage from that, and then
6 damage.
2d6. Wait, that's 6 piercing damage.
6 piercing
You know,
damage.
different
And
types
as
of
you
damage
as
for
you strike forwards, with the rapier and thrust it into his arm, he's brought his arm up to cast something at Penelope. You bring the piercing damage into his arm, and he screams with pain. It seems like that hurt him more than it should have.
nice.
Ooh. Okay, 2d6.
Wait, I assume
fire.
that Josie is a good aligned character?
Yes.
Yes, then yes, it hurt more than it should have.
I rolled
Oh,
two
gosh.
sixes, so that's 12 fire damage.
Nice. 12
And-
fire damage.
Am I correct in assuming, based on descriptions, that he is within melee range of an ally?
Yes, he is. Sneak attack it is.
Oh, I get to do something this time. Okay, that was, I think, 66. Okay, I got it. 8d6. 8. Heck yes, 21.
21 damage. Nice. All right. So that was 45 damage in a single turn. You run forward and you strike him out. The flames flick up his arms. And then you managed to get him in a particularly spot. Maybe you got him under the arm, into the ribs with his distraction at casting spells and being in melee. It was not very good for him to keep his eyes on you, and you take advantage of that. Strike him right under the arm, do a heck of a lot of damage to him. He's not wounded, of course, but that's a nice chunk of his hit points gone. Is there anything else you wanted to do? You've done a bonus and an attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't bonus back out, but I'll just chill.
All right, so you are next to him, and it is now Valkar's your turn.
Oh boy, I have so many things I want to do, but I can. Oh, actually, I can. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. All right.
Glory Fang! Your battle is with me!
I'm going to point at Penelope, and I'm going to cast Protection from Good and Evil on Penelope.
Okay, battle changer. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Protection from Evil and Good. Let me see what it does. One willing creature you touch, protected against blah blah blah. Advantage. Can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. If blah blah blah, it has an advantage on any saving throw against the relevant effect. All right, cool.
It also has disadvantage on attack rolls as well.
Yeah, so I can't. He can't attack her as well as well as he could have.
And I'm also gonna say, Velkar. Sorry, I'm Velkar. I'm gonna say,
Glory Fang! I put my soul on the line. Here in front of all to witness, and you should do so too, otherwise you are without honor. Thelriros, witness this fight. The winner gets the soul of the loser. You aren't going back anywhere. You're on.
okay, yeah, okay. And as that happens, I hold Holy Avenger in front of me and almost stamp it as a judge's seal.
He brings his claws out and digs them into his own palm, and then drips the blood in front of the sword, and it seems to get sucked into the sword. The pact that this fiend has now made with you, as pacts tend to be binding to fiends, he's forfeited his life should you choose.
As a bonus action, as I hold the judge's stamp, I take a deep breath, swing out the sword with one motion, and let out a daunting roar. So I need a wisdom saving throw. DC 16.
It was cocked. That was
bounds and echoes across the lava fields.
That was a 19 on the dice.
Oh, man.
Okay. So as you roar, he just roars back right at you, and these two Panthera are just screaming their bellowing roars at each other, and it's pretty intimidating for you, Josie, who's standing right next to it. Is it all creatures of your choice, or is it all
creature of your choice within 10 feet? So I think it's just one creature, actually.
Okay,
creatures of your choice.
Yeah.
Creatures of your choice. I can do multiple.
Yeah. You scream at the person you want to, person or people that you want to be affected, and the others are magically not affected.
So.
All right. So that was your entire turn.
Yeah.
It is now Penelope's turn. Let me just read this spell. Only the actions you choose. Blah blah blah. Okay. Penelope will you hit this spell onto her and say your fight is with me, and cast Protection from Good and Evil, and you see this kind of almost holyish aura around her, just like a very faint shimmer of golden light around her, about an inch from her body. And then she says, "My fight is with you. You're right." And then she lifts up a hand and points it towards you.
What?
I need you to make a... No, that's the wrong one. I need you to make a... Where is it? Dexterity saving throw, please. This is a magical effect.
No! Okay. Okay. Magical advantage. All right. Dexterity.
Dexterity saving throw.
Oh gosh. I trusted you, Penelope. How dare you? Okay. All right. Dexterity is 26.
26. All right. On a failed save. Blah blah blah. Does it do anything on a successful save?
Penelope. Oh.
Oh wow! It doesn't do anything on a successful save. Holy shit! That's a really all or nothing attack, apparently. So she holds her finger out towards you, and a thin beam of green light fires out towards you.
Seriously.
And you duck down behind it, and it slams into the side of the stone wall, the cobblestone wall. And the point that it hits just radiates outwards as if a stone's been dropped into a somehow vertical puddle. The wall seems to shimmer and shake, and as the ripples go outwards, the walls just turn to dust. She just cast Disintegrate at you and would have done somewhere in the region of about 70 points of damage to you.
It's a fudging lot.
But you managed to avoid it entirely, and it opens up the wall of the building behind.
Betrayal.
That was her action to do so. She is going to use her movement to back up about 30 feet. That is all she can do, I believe. So it is now back to the top of the round, the Rakshasa.
Oh, top tier D&D, guys. This is amazing.
He is going to say... Let me check. I know what he's going to try and do. I'm going to see if he can do it. Let me just double check the rules on how this works.
Rules?
The rules.
The rules?
Can he do both?
Oh, man. Penelope, no!
He cannot. All right, so instead
You are
he is going
luring
to...
us into the spider's web.
So, at the top of his round, at the top of his the turn, as you've withdrawn the flame-tongued rapier from him, the bleeding comes to an abrupt stop, and then you see the wound stitch back up again. And then on his turn, he is going to make a multi-attack against you, Val. The first one is that he brings out his claws and he tries to make a claw attack at you. Your armor class is a what? 21, I think it is, right?
Yeah, disadvantage on the attack as well.
Oh, yes. Why is that?
My awesome displacer cloak.
Oh, the displacers, of course. The displacer cloak. I always forget those, man. The number of times I've used them.
I totally agree. That's why I'm glad that people remind me about it.
That was a 13 on both dice, so that is a 21 exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So he hits you with his claws, but is it? Does the displacer cloak work until you are hit or until you take damage?
I'm fairly certain it's until I get hit. So like it is the same as a displacer beast, where near you have disadvantage attack rolls. If you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of my next turn.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's specifically damage. So the function actually continues, but because he's going to forego causing damage to instead grapple you. So
okay.
He smashes out and slams onto your shoulder and digs the claws into your shoulder and pulls you forwards. And as he pulls you forwards, your head from inertia is just jerked back, exposing your neck. And he goes, "Since we last fought, Valkar, I've had an upgrade." And then his two canines grow out into vampire fangs.
Vampire Rakshasa, no!
A vampire Rakshasa, bitches! Vampire Rakshasa!
Let's go!
And as he does so, you realize why he has melded the fiends and the undead necromancers together under his rule as a vampire Rakshasa, both fiend and undead. And he brings forward and he goes for a bite. His bite can only be done against someone who is grappled by it or a willing creature. So he's grappled you and now he's going to try and bite your neck.
So just before we move on, I do have something, a level 15 feature, mind you, called Scornful Rebuke.
Right.
If an attack hits me, they take 5 psychic damage. Now, it doesn't say damage. I don't have to deal damage to me. So it'll be
the way that the
damage.
the vampire claws attack works is that it's actually an attack, not a grapple check. So you don't get to contest it with athletics. They make an attack and it specifically says they can forego the damage to instead grapple. So it was an attack and it did hit. So he takes psychic damage.
Psychic damage, and it's because how dare he touch me?
Yeah, how much damage?
5 psychic. Yeah.
5. All right. So he takes that. He grabs hold and he winces a little, and then he goes into bite. You are grappled, so he gets a bite attack plus that plus 9 is exactly 21 again. You take, here it is. You take 9 points of piercing damage.
I'm gonna let out another lion roar.
And then another 8 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And your hit point maximum is reduced by 8.
Okay, jeez.
And as he
all right, there's a lot here. I need to so hit point max overrides. So, got it.
And then as he bites you and draws blood into himself, you see that the burn marks on his chest seem to close up even further.
So, how much damage was it in total? It was 8 necrotic.
8 necrotic, and I think I said 9 points of piercing.
17 general. Yeah.
All right, that is that. The target reduced, blah, blah, blah. And that is his entire turn, so he's not going to go anywhere. And it's now Josie, you're up.
Okay.
If you need to leave him, you can do so, and we can find a way.
I still got a bit of time.
Got some time? All right.
Okay, so... would Val rather I try to help deal with Penelope or help with...
I would say take out the wizard. That's just my opinion. But do this in combat, please. Like, use dialogue to ask that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I thought more because we've fought together for a while, so I wanted to understand our dynamic.
Yeah, okay. So I think that if there's multiple targets in the past, we've definitely sort of branched off so that we can, unless we need to focus fire. What you know about Gloryfang is that this would be a matter of pride, and the fact that you would probably wait until I was on death row, and even then, I would probably have told you if I'm ever in something like this, I would rather die than you stand in. So probably the wizard, probably Penelope, with those two factors taking in mind. Yeah.
Okay.
It's almost like stepping into the ring for a boxer when they're fighting with someone. You got to let them be knocked out.
Honor. Matter of pride. I see what you did.
Exactly. Yeah.
As I witness Penelope casting harmful magic towards you, I'm going to run over towards her and dive on her and attempt to grapple her.
All right. So you need to make an athletics check, and she's going to make a contested athletics or acrobatics.
Is she the leader of the Black Crown? Guys.
Straight 15.
A 15 total. She got a 3, and she certainly does not have a 13 plus modifier. So yeah, you managed to grapple her. You run over. Poof, are you trying to tackle her to the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say with it, you beat her check by more than 13, so you also get to push her prone. Poof, she tumbles over backwards and poof, slams down onto the ground.
So that would have been my action, wouldn't it?
It's your action to attempt to grapple, yeah, but you now have her prone and prone and grappled.
Okay.
I believe I saw on your your sheet that you had the grappler feat, didn't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so the grappler feat is notoriously shit. and so in my world, I have increased it a little by allowing for grapple checks. If you take the grappler feat, you can make a grapple check as a bonus action. So we can say that was your bonus action to make the grapple check. And then the grappler feat's actually a little bit more worth taking in my world.
Okay, so I still have...
So you still have your action, yeah. And she's
Okay.
pinned, and you only got to do that because you have the grappler feat.
I wanted to attempt to maneuver her arms and then sort of jam them down and stick the immovable rod on top.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so
cool,
that
cool,
she
cool.
couldn't cast.
All right, so as your action, I'm going to need you to make another contested athletics check.
Come on, be good to me. Oh, no. It's a 3.
we completely swapped sides. She got an 18 on the dice. So she's whipping her hands around, and you just can't get both of them in one hand. You've still got her grappled and prone. You've got your hand on one chest, but with the other hand, you just can't grab both other hands, and she's breaking out. She keeps moving her hands towards your thumb and breaking out of their grip. So unfortunately, that was not a success, but you've got her grappled and prone at the very least. It is Val. Val, your turn.
Oh boy. Combat's going fast. Okay. I was trying to calculate what I want to do during this time. All right. All right. I got a hit, but I'm grappled, right? Am I restrained?
You are grappled, not restrained.
Okay. So, general actions. I'm still got disadvantage, right? From an attack?
What do you have from?
No. Only restrained. Okay, I can attack.
Yeah, you can attack
With my
with no issues.
Yeah,
He's just
exactly.
grabbed a hold of your shoulder. It's not affecting much else. It just makes
I'm gonna
your
try and-
movement 0.
Take.
Oh, sorry. As Josie, as you ran out of his melee range, he would take a swipe at you with his other claw. As you ran over to attack, what's her face? So the claw would be a 26 to hit. So as you ran away, he gave you 6 plus 2. That's 8 points of slashing damage, please.
I am going to. I'm going to try and pull the sword back and then drive it by my side and hopefully find some sort of purchase as I stab backwards with Holy Avenger.
All right.
Oh boy. Let's do it. Okay. Woo. That is a 28, 31.
31. 31
Yep.
definitely hits.
Okay, cool.
Who'd have thought?
So, like knowing that this is a fiend because of my divine presence, I am going to get the Holy Avenger dice, which I'll roll with it. Just trying to roll my dice at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's 2d8 plus 1d8, and I'm gonna smite.
Oh, of course you are. Why would you not?
I'm a paladin. Okay.
He is both fiend and undead.
Does that stack?
I'll say that you've got the fight pretty stacked in your favor already. So
Yeah,
no.
okay. So I have Great Weapon Master. I rolled 2 2s on my damage dice for my my Great Weapon. Now, does that mean I get to reroll both?
Yep.
Yeah, cool.
I forgot
Okay.
that I muted to have a drink, and I just said that I use Uncanny Dodge to take half.
15
Okay.
magical slashing, 15 magical slashing, but with the modifiers on there. So 15, 23 magical slashing.
So 23 slashing. Yep.
Yep. And then we also have another 3 radiant damage from improved smite.
Oh shit! I keep forgetting things. Another 3 from improved smite. Yep.
Yep. And then we also have another 7 from Holy Avenger's radiant damage.
Yep.
And I think I'm going to pump in a max level.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Which is 68.
68.
Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have one more? Just sweeping the tray. Pretty sure I did. It's all right. I'll reroll one. Oh boy. It's 8, 11, 15, 19, 22, 25.
25 points of radiant. All right. Takes him to. All right. And is he less than half yet? He is not. Not yet.
I'm not done with you yet.
Then I try and grab him where he's currently suckling on my
Yeah.
my vein. I'm gonna bring the blade up and just try and slice it across the face.
All right. Make an attack.
There we go. Ooh, natural 20! Natural 20, that's a natural 20!
Oh, nice. This is going to hurt. Oh, my God. This is going to hurt so much. Oh, this is going to kill him in one shot, isn't it?
Natural 20.
This is going to kill him in
Natural
one
20.
shot. So much
Natural
pumping.
20.
Paladin 20s are just crazy.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Okay, cool. With a Holy Avenger. Okay, cool. So, how do you do yours?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So not in my home games, nat 20s can sometimes suck to just re-roll the dice, to double the dice and get 2 1s. So I usually go max on the max on whatever the normal damage is,
Yeah.
and then you roll the damage again.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's
So
max on just the weapon and
Yeah, so you max out the Actually, let me think. This is the first time I would have had
with
to use
Holy
it in
Avenger.
this situation with all
Yeah.
of these things.
Yeah. So take a second if you need to think. I'm gonna take a drink from my apple juice. I'm pretty happy with the natural 20.
So the Holy Avenger does slashing damage and built-in radiant damage.
Yeah.
And
so
you
the weapon
have-
itself has.
And you have built-in smite damage.
I have built-in smite without an activation.
Yeah. And then you can pump in smite, right?
Then I can pump into smite. Yeah.
So I'll say that all of those things that happen naturally, so the weapons, slashing, radiant, and your divine smite,
Passive damage.
that all happens. You just maximize all of those things,
Yeah.
and then
we
you roll
on
it,
top.
and then you roll it as if it was a
All
normal
right,
attack.
cool. Okay, cool. Let me get some math happening here. Oh boy. Okay, cool. So we have 2/8, which is 16. 16. And then we also have the baked in, which is 8. And then we also have the Holy Avenger, which is 20. So all up, that is 44 off the bat without a roll.
So 44 just from the max of all of the stuff. That's
Yeah,
built
and that's a
into the
mixture
sword.
of radiant and oh no, wait, there's a little bit more. I forgot the modifier. On top of that, no, that modifier will come. That's
The
just
modifier
dice
will come
damage.
with the-
with the roll. Yeah. Okay, cool. So
And then
we
you
got
roll
44
a
crit
attack as
damage.
normal.
Then we roll. Okay, cool.
So it's a normal roll plus 44
Yeah.
for your crits.
Okay, so slashing damage with modifier will be 8. Another 8 on top of that. I think it was. Bring up my action. Yeah, another 8 on top of that. So that is 16 magical slashing on the top, baked in. Divine smite, which is another 7. So that's 16. Are you doing this now? I can just read out the numbers, or do you want me to calculate?
Yeah,
the
so,
total?
so 23 was what you've rolled so far, 16 plus 7. Right?
Yeah, 16 plus 7. Yep, 23. And then we've also got the Holy Avenger, which is, by the way, huh?
We're doing a
It's
math
19.
stream.
19.
19 onto the 23.
Yeah.
So that takes you to 42 plus the 44, is that right?
Yeah.
So 42 plus the 44, so we're up to 86, and that's everything?
No, I'm gonna pump in a max level
Holy
smite.
shit.
For certain.
Was that before smite?
That was before.
Oh my
smite.
god, 86 damage.
And to set the stage for everyone how awesome this is Gloryfang's sword that I'm slaying Gloryfang with. This is 68. And Gloryfang just said that that both of our souls are on the line here. So
He
cool.
has made a binding pact that he will give up
in front
his
of gods
soul.
and fiends. It's epic.
In front of gods and fiends.
Oh man. Okay. All right. 8, 14, 17, 20, 21. One more dice roll on top of this. Come on. 28. I rolled a couple of 1s and 2s.
28 on top of that, so 114.
So to reset the scene,
I'm not done with you yet.
It slashes all the way down his body. He screams out and he wrenches his head back away from your throat, which starts to gush blood, arterial blood. You start to feel a little bit lightheaded. He slashed down him and it just burns him away like it instantly cauterized as this radiant light is everything that is against what he is as both fiend and undead. Everything against his very nature. It slashes all the way down his back, opening up a huge gaping wound. And doing well more than half his hit points in a single slash, which added to what he had before, 100 and... All right, so this is... I've never expected this to happen on a boss fight, but in my home games, I have a house rule where if you ever do more than half of a creature's damage in a single hit or a single attack, they have to make a con save to see if an extra effect happens, such as
that is so cool.
such as
Let's
them
go.
getting knocked out or falling to 0 hit points or being stunned or something.
Oh, it's amazing.
On a creature that's got, upwards of 150 hit points, I wouldn't expect you
Yeah.
to do that, but apparently
Can we get all the hype chests and all the
all
mimic
of the
hearts
hype,
in
all of
chat
the hype
for this
for
epic
this
moment?
fight.
Oh.
All right, rolling on the massive damage table. And he got a 2 on his con save. God damn it.
Oh boy.
All right, so he is going to then have to roll a d10 to see what happens supplementary to that. And he got a 2, which is really bad for him. Oh no, I don't want this to happen. It's a boss fight. Oh,
Yeah.
Adventurer joins the
I just remembered something that I also always forget because I don't use
Dreadmane
legendary
Mimic
monsters too
Robert
much.
149 hype. Dreadmane Mimic Robert
happened?
149
Oh, yeah.
hype.
Hypes.
Dreadmane Mimic
Yeah, yeah.
Robert
So this is
149 hype.
legendary
All of the
resistance,
hypes.
right?
He uses a legendary
Dreadmane
resistance.
Mimic
All right.
Robert
Okay,
149 hype.
I always forget
Dreadmane
legendary
Mimic.
resistance. Thank you for all of that. Dreadmane Mimic 449. Dreadmane Mimic Robert Hart.
I'm not done with you yet.
As I point my sword out, as he's like recoiling from this.
He uses legendary resistance to not succumb to falling unconscious for 1d4 rounds.
I'm gonna say,
which was going to happen.
Dreadmane!
I point my sword up, and I'm going to summon my spiritual weapon as a bonus action.
Nice. A claw again from the ground.
Yep.
Out of the ground, exploding the lava, the solidified lava base that you're standing on, shatters it out, and this humongous, gigantic lion's claw comes out of the ground and takes a
I'm
strike
going to
across his
point
back.
Holy Avenger forward. Attack. And just you hear the sound of the pride roaring. And they're going to attack with spiritual weapon. That was upcast as well at 3rd level, I think.
All right.
Which is a smite slot, but it is what it is. What is the 3rd level? Increases d8 for every slot above 2nd. Okay, cool. So it's a 2d8 attack.
2d8, yeah.
Yeah, cool. And then I make a spell attack,
Yeah, you make a spell attack, so your charisma plus your
which will be a +10 spell attack.
plus 10, yeah.
You hear the sound of the pride's roar. Well, shoot.
12? Wait, what?
I got a 12.
12 total? Oh, man.
Yeah, I know.
So the claw comes racing forwards. He yells out, and this sort of necrotic energy comes off of him in a wave, and the claw is pushed to the side, and unable to attack this round, but it's next to him and it's in his space. That's the end of your turn?
Yeah,
All right.
so good.
At the end of your turn, he's going to use legendary actions, which I forgot the first whole round of combat.
It's okay.
And he's going to use 2 of them to make a bite attack against you. So he is still grappling you.
Okay.
So he gets to make the attack. That is a 16 plus stuff. That's definitely going to hit. That's a 25.
It's a disadvantage.
Oh, disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your aura of something or other.
Yeah, because my cloak.
So that is a 12 plus 9 is 21. 21 is exactly enough, right?
Exactly my AC.
So both times he's hit you with just enough
Yeah,
to
I
hit.
know.
So that is a d6 plus 4. That's 9 points of piercing again. And then another 6, 7, 8. Another 8 points of necrotic. He's nothing if not consistent, apparently. Got the same attack roll, same piercing damage, and the same necrotic damage.
Yep.
And you are reduced by another 8.
Another 8. Okay.
So
I'll do the damage first and then reduce, right? So what was the damage total?
Total damage was 17.
17. Done.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna reduce my by another 8, which will be a 124. Because it was 8 twice. It was 8 last time as
8
well.
twice now.
Yeah. So 131 to. Yeah.
And then as he withdraws his teeth, he says, "You may have my soul, but I will have hers." And he grabs the top of your mane and he pushes it towards, and you see through the hole in the wall into the door the room where he was going to take you. You see an unconscious lioness.
Oh gosh.
And then with his the last of his attacks, he's taken a bite. He is going to he lets loose a that echoes off of the boundless the walls, some echoing off of the pillars and coming back to you at various different frequencies as it bounces off all of these pillars that stretch up into the endless sky. And then you start to hear
Unskippable cutscene! Shut up!
That was perfect timing on my end, Lazy Titan.
YTB.
I got my unskippable cutscene shouting bits.
Really?
Just as
That's
I
amazing.
said, and then you hear unskippable cutscene. It comes roaring back at you from the room.
Oh, it's amazing. Body bits.
You hear that start to come in from the darkness. Just hundreds of bats just galore, just swarms and swarms of bats start to come down to the platform and start to encompass all of you. How many does he summon? Let's have a look. He summons 6 swarms of bats.
M needs to be right back.
Yep, no worries.
Must be signed to his link.
He summons 6 swarms of bats to the area with you, and that is all that he can do on his turn, I believe. I wonder, thinking about it, now that I'm thinking about this, smite wouldn't count as a spell, right? Yeah, no, because you're pumping smite into it. It's not a spell. You're using a spell slot, but it's not. You're not casting a spell.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So yeah, you have found a nice way to get around the Rakshasa's limited magic immunity, limited magic immunity, because they are immune to any spells of 6th level or lower.
Oh yeah.
And so yeah, you'd be like, well, I'm not going to use them to attack you with. I might as well use them to attack you with.
All right, man, this is so dope.
That is the end of your turn, Val. It is now Penelope's turn. She is being held down and tried to be pinned. She looks down past her feet across the battlefield to where you are, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Me?
Yep.
Oh boy. Okay. Spell?
It is a spell.
Okay. Constitution again. All right, let's go. Come on, dice gods. $25.
25 will do it. So you will only take half this time. So
I don't want to take half, Rob.
6, 7. She's used the spell this time, that knowing that you're probably gonna succeed against it with that bloody Holy Avenger.
Listen to all those dice. Oh boy.
Here you go, guys. Somebody try and Rain Man this. Just from listening to it, how many dice have I got in my hand?
Oh, okay. I would say 10.
Lower.
Lower?
Yeah.
6.
Higher.
8.
7. 7d8 plus 30.
Ooh, Wraith got it. Sparrow got it too.
That is 10, 26, 27 plus 30. 57 points of necrotic damage halved because you succeeded on the con save. So yeah, you take 29 points. 29 points of necrotic damage as she reaches out down past her feet. You're holding her down, Josie, but she reaches past her feet towards your friend there, and then the negative energy just courses from her hand and sends it coursing towards you. And you feel like you're withering away as your life leads you.
Is this me or is this Val?
That's you, Val.
Yeah,
Wait,
me.
You are Val.
No, sorry. Is this Val or is this Josie?
You took the damage. You took the con save, Val. Yes.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
And Josie, make an insight check, please.
That's a natural 1.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not going well for you today, is it? Oh, boy. And I've just realised the time as well. We've blown past both of our hard cut-off times.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. With all of these natural ones, we'll just say Josie dies. Josie gets chucked into the lava, and you can leave. No, I'm joking.
Don't kill Josie!
All right, so you're battling with Penelope. She's still trying to attack Valkar. It is now back to the top of the round. At the end of Penelope's turn, he is going to use another legendary action, his last legendary action, to make a claw attack against you. Valkar.
It's bloody.
This is still with disadvantage?
You did damage?
I've had
damage.
Suck from you, so no, it's
if
not.
I've taken damage until it resets on my turn.
On your turn, all right. Yeah. So that is a 14 plus 8 to hit. That's a 22 to hit.
A 22 to hit? That'll hit.
That'll hit you, and so you take further points of 11 points of slashing damage.
11 points of slashing.
And you feel from the wound where it clawed you, and also actually, Josie, you felt the same from when you got clawed earlier. You feel where the claws dug into you that there's like an odd kind of internal pain that comes from those muscles. It's like you look down and you see that there's sort of like a very faint blackish energy around the curse, the cursed strike across you, and you are indeed cursed from the attack. Okay. You don't know what effect that curse is going to have yet, but hopefully you'll live to find out. So that was his legendary action. Now it's back to the top of the turn. The Rakshasa will regenerate a little bit. He takes some of his hit points back. Some of the wounds from your radiant strike start to heal back up, but he's still looking heavily wounded. What else can he do? What are his actions? He's already used that. He can't use that. He is going to use... he's going to... I can't just keep biting at you. That's not going to take you down quickly enough. What he's going to do is he's going to say... okay. He wrenches his head back. He forces you to see through the wall of the room to where your sister is. And then he yells out, and all the bats come flickering in. The bats need to make an attack as well. Actually, thinking about it. And then he's going to grab you by the top of the mane, and he's going to turn your head to his and look at your eyes, just eyes right next to each other. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Does the wording have magical in it?
Yes.
All right. So I get advantage on that too.
You do. Advantage on everything.
That's cocked. Even though it was a 15. Made me sad. Okay, cool. Wisdom?
Wisdom.
27.
All right. You see him looking into your eyes, and for a moment there's a part of your brain, just a real quiet part towards the back, that says, we could join forces with him. We could be friends. He could lead me to great things. And then the entire torrent of your pride just overwhelms that and says, there is no chance for this. There is no time to be charmed. There is no way that we can possibly succumb to this foul creature that tore apart my family in this world. You do not succumb to his vampiric charm. That's amazing. That is all that he can do, I believe. So that is his turn. Back to you, Josie.
Okay, so
He's
do I
looking
still have
heavily
Penelope
wounded,
grappled?
FYI. You do have Penelope pinned, grappled and prone. And she's still trying to fire spells towards Val.
Okay, so I don't want to kill her. I'm gonna try something a little. Yep, not sure if it's gonna work.
Oh, the bats. While you think about that, I'm just going to roll for the attacks that the swarms of bats do to you, Josie, and you, Val.
Okay.
You're going to go through 3 on each. That's both going to... What's your AC, Josie?
My AC is 18.
18,
and then
so
I'm
both
wearing
those
the
ones.
cloak of displacement as well.
Oh, yes, true. So disadvantage on that. So definitely, but all 3 of them definitely miss you. And with a 21, one of the 3... The Watcher's ambushing with a party of 88. Yeah. All right. So where were we? I was rolling damage for the bats, and the bats.
Yeah.
Only one of the six groups of bats actually managed to get through with any damage. So Josh, you took another 9 points of piercing damage.
Gosh darn.
From the bat bites. And then Josie, you were doing something. What were you doing?
I realized that the idea wouldn't work, so now I'm just going to try and non-lethal attack.
Non-lethal attack.
All
right. You're just gonna punch her in the face or something, or?
Well, I don't have proficiency on punching in the face.
She also isn't wearing anything other than cloth armor. Like, she's wearing mage armor, but.
Yeah, I thought rather than using the flaming sword, I might get out a dagger and just try to cause a wound that requires a lot of attention, but isn't going to kill her quickly.
All right. Let's do
or
it.
hit her with the hilt of the dagger probably makes more sense, because I'm proficient in dagger.
So you're gonna non-lethal her with what? You can quite easily stab somebody in a non-lethal place. The hilt of your dagger, just smack her in the head with it. Something like that. All right, so roll an attack. I'll say you have advantage. She's prone beneath you, so definitely easier to hit her in the head.
Okay, well, the first roll was a... it's 20-something.
Unskippable cutscene! Shut up!
The first roll was a what, sorry?
Hype train.
I want to say 28.
28 is definitely enough to hit her.
It's 23. That's terrible.
You definitely have enough to hit her there.
That's not a D4. It's a D8. Okay, so she will take 6 damage.
6 damage. She takes 6 damage. And then, let's have a look. So that is what does it need to be? No. All right. So you smack her in the side of the head. She seems to take it. Make another insight check for me, please.
I have the
Okay,
coolest
yeah,
combat
that's just a
music
straight
happening right
7.
now.
How many?
7.
7. Yeah, you smack her in the head, and she's still fighting underneath your arms, it seems. All right, that's your whole turn, Josie.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, no.
So at the end of your turn, he is going to take some legendary actions. He is going to move.
No.
He's going to move. He's dragging you. So he's moving at half speed. So he gets to, what's his speed? All right, so he moves 20 feet. So he moves past the front of the hall and past the hole in the wall. And he seems to be just pushing you ahead of himself, and the bats are kind of swarming around you. That is the end of Josie's turn. Val, it's now your turn. He seems to be pushing you towards the edge of this platform. You are now about 20 feet away from the lava.
I'm going to say,
My ambition supersedes your trickery. My ambition goes beyond the love for my sister. The Dreadmane will be restored!
sword again, straight down.
All right, roll an attack.
Please don't roll low after epic lands. It's like... Yeah. $21.
21 is enough to hit.
Yes. Okay, cool. Rinse and repeat. Here comes the sword's magical slashing. Oh, that's arbitrary. Okay, 10, 18. So 18 slashing.
18 slashing, yep.
Baked in radiant is another 2.
So 20, yeah.
And then we go for the Holy Avengers D10s, which is 9.
9 points from there, yep.
And then I will pump in another Divine Smite at 3rd level, which was 5.
5 extra point, 5 extra D6, D8 rather.
D8, yep. Eight, 9, 10, 18, 25.
25, all right. Hey, Josh,
Yeah.
describe the kill.
Yes. Okay, he's dragging me as I'm being pushed.
He's pushing you.
towards the
You can
lava.
tell that it looks like he's pushing you towards the hole in the wall to show you your sister, but he walks past it and he's pushing you forwards, and you realize that you've just moved half the distance towards the lava, and it's getting very hot. It seems like he's going to try and push you into it.
As I stab in the sword and I grab him by his mane, I'm gonna flip him over
He goes
and
slams down on the ground.
hand over him as the lava, the heat from the lava is and the light is on my form. I step over him.
Dreadmane is eternal.
I bring the the Holy Avenger up and drive it directly into his heart again. And as I do, I'm gonna say,
Therios, witness this kill!
He screams out in pain and terror, and you see the terror in his eyes, and you see for the 3rd time you have driven his own sword through his body, into his chest, deep into his very being, and down into the lava beneath. You crack through the stonework beneath him, and into the lava, and the blade of Holy Avenger of Thelgrios lights up with golden light, radiating him in from the inside. He screams, and his vampiric form starts to turn to mist, and it starts to shift, and it becomes this sort of cloud of mist that starts to take off in a particular direction. He's turned into his mist form and is going to return to his place of rest. But you whip that sword back round, and with the holy sunlight of Thelrios, you cast Sunbeam from the edge of this sword. It blasts through his mist form, and you just hear a faint as the mist evaporates, and he is no more. You know for a fact.
The last line will be,
There is no glory. There is only dread.
That's my one line.
And we will end there. In the epilogue, the bats disperse. Penny shakes off the dominate person that was on her the entire time, and she was not a bad guy in the end. She was literally under the effect of dominate person the whole time.
So
if you'd have rolled higher on any of the insight checks, you would have noticed that she was struggling under your arms, and instead of going for you or doing anything more tactical or sensible, she was just firing spells at Val, because the last command she got was kill him, and so she was just spell after spell with her highest level spells. So in the epilogue, you managed to wake your sister from the unconscious state that she was in after she fell off of the platform and knocked herself unconscious. You fly back up with the last spell slots of Penelope. She manages to get you back up to the entranceway to this hellscape that you find yourself in, and you see another very scared guard that is just standing on one of the middle platforms, not wanting to jump anywhere because he's just seen two of his friends fall to their death. You pick him up as well and fly back out through the explosions room. Nobody goes down because spells, and back out of the exit. As you pass through the chamber, you get a sense of love for your father returns to you, and the knowledge of how to cast to sing your songs returns to you as well. You don't get your items back that you sacrificed, but the knowledge that goes with them comes back. You get back out of the town, and the frost around the town hall has started to recede, but it's going to be a long time before this town is back to any form of semblance. You return to King Gardan and report back everything that you learned. You are rewarded handsomely for your favors in the world. And anything else that you would like as a wrap up for your characters in this epilogue?
I definitely want to tell the whole tale to Glenmore.
Yes, as you arrive back at the you've made it back in time for his show. He came back tonight, didn't he? And you said, "Oh, we'll just pop down and deal with this vampire Rakshasa in the middle of the day, and then be back in time for dinner." so you are teleported. Actually, you're not teleported back because she's used all of her high level spell slots now. So you'd need to get overland travel probably to get back to the capital. Which takes about half a day or so. So you do get back towards the end of the feast after he's done his main performances, but you arrive at like midnight as everybody's kind of wrapping up, and you tell the story. You reconcile with Glenmore, the halfling bard, who is a very famous and very powerful bard in his own right, and has always believed in you, even if you didn't make it as a musical talent. He's always believed in your abilities and your potential. And you tell him the stories, and instantly the two of you start to go into like a jam session, writing down lyrics and thinking about songs and coming up with how to tell the tale of Valkar and Josie and the dreaded clan.
I want to speak to the king and hopefully have a parcel of land, even if it is not real, to start the rebuilding of the Dreadmane Pride.
He considers it, he talks it over, and the next day he pulls you into a private chambers and tells you, French. Zut alors. He says, oui, of course, you have done enough for this land now, defeating not once but twice both the Black Crown and the shit. What did I call them? Pause here. The Machazel. The Machazel and the Black Crown have been defeated twice under your watch, and so of course I will give you the land you wish. I think a fitting plot of land would be Notre Dame. I feel like you could turn it around in time.
Yeah, hells yeah.
As a holy
got,
paladin,
like very
you can
like
start to
Lion
hallow the
King.
land.
Yeah. It's got very like at the end of Lion King when Simba takes over and the land's all ruined and they re-push back Pride Rock. Hells yeah, amazing. So happy.
And with that,
oh boy,
we will end there. Thank you very much for joining me, Josh and Em. I really appreciate all that we have done together so far, and I hope it continues into the future.
Amazing. I do too.
Thank you so much for running. That was so good.
Yeah.
Before we go into too much sort of wrap up and things, I want to just, before people take off, DreadedGM on Twitch over here. Look, DreadedGM on Twitch. If you want to see more of this gameplay, Josh is just as good a DM, if not better, than I am. So he's very descriptive. He's no rush. No, you.
Stronger together.
Stronger together. Wonderful storyteller. A wonderful storyteller, does fantastic voices and thinks through his plots in a fantastic way. Go check him out, DreadedGM, over on Twitch, over in his channel. Elition.art on Instagram, wonderful artwork done by M here. Go check her out. Go subscribe, do whatever you need to do on Instagram. I don't know your Instagram. Go follow. Do you follow on Instagram? You follow, don't you?
Yeah, you just
go follow.
follow.
There you go. Thank you to everyone who gave that I couldn't shout out during the stream. Your support is why I can continue to do this full time. I appreciate it.